I'm Scott L. Miller. It is Thursday night. Actually, it's Thursday afternoon. We're getting started at a good time, but either way, it's Thursday, and that means it's time for the Nicaragua Live. Welcome to the show. I'm glad to have you guys here. We're kicking off at a good time. I'm hoping we can get a nice, long, healthy show in this week. We did start a bit earlier last week. That was fantastic, but we're got a good time this week, so I am happy about that. So we're going to take a moment and send out our links to everyone, make sure that people know that the show is up and running and all that jazz. As we do, I've been out running around all day today, so I'm glad to have a moment to sit down. I decided I didn't want to get into work or anything today because there just wasn't any time for that. I was out working with the government actually today, which sounds more exciting than it is, working with the Department of Tourism, just discussing the beach and businesses and what people need with support for tourism, because I work in tourism here. So I always have some amount of interaction there. That's good. And let's see, we're just letting everybody know about the show. And then I ran around the city with my daughters, getting Casa del Cafe, our local coffee shop. They do matcha, and the girls wanted to check it out. So we ran out there to do that. And that took way longer than we had hoped. Like, way longer, maybe 3 times as long as we had hoped it would, because traffic was insane. We could not find any parking downtown, and so we finally gave up and ended up running to the mall up at Paso de Real and getting our matcha way up there, which is twice as far away after we'd driven around in circles. And we just sat and sat and sat. Plus, it was nuts. So let's just get this last announcement out there. 30th of April. Can you believe April 2026 is already over? That is I can't believe this year is flying by. It really is. All right, we got that up. I think I've answered. So for those who have not been on yet, make sure you're checking out, because we were talking about this on yesterday's show, expats.nicaragua.com. And if you have not signed up, then you don't know what it is. It is our forum, not the event site. This is the forum site that we talk about. Definitely a place you should be. And Brian says it's dark in my office. It is dark in my office. It's actually not that bad. It's that the windows behind me are so bright because it's so early. I've got the normal lights on me and everything. It's just that it's early. So I have nothing new I need to answer there. And just checking my tickets. Because I am on desk, of course, at this time. And but we do have someone taking over this shift the other days, which is really nice. So I'm not the only ones. My nephew says, oh, I didn't realize you're by all that, meaning El Salvador, Costa Rica, Honduras. So we're right in the midst of things, and people don't think about the fact that we have local shuttles, right? This is actually really interesting if you've never spent time here or thought about it. We have local shuttle buses. We have local shuttle buses that take us to a bunch of different countries. We can take shuttle buses to Panama and Guatemala. Those are quite far, but they're the outer extents of the shuttle buses. But closer, we've got Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Honduras, all of which we can take easy shuttles to. So if you've never thought about Nicaragua in that context, you might think about it in context of airports or things like that, or just a place to live, but as a place where you can catch ground transportation to a number of countries. It's really a cool, surprising thing that you're able to do that, and it's such a neat thing to do, right? To very cheaply catch a local shuttle. So I've done it to Guatemala, which goes through El Salvador, without using the ferry, just by ground. And for like $80, I think is how much it was the last time. No, I think it was less, but in that ballpark, between $65 and $85. And it's been a little while since I did it. You can go all the way up to Antigua, which is past Guatemala City. So not central Guatemala, but well into Guatemala by several hours. You're going all the way across Honduras, all the way across El Salvador, and well into Guatemala, plus a couple hours in Nicaragua. And they will pick you up, at least when I did it, they would pick me up at my house in the morning, or you could go to like Bigfoot and they'd start there. So you just have your luggage, hop on, and you just get on a shuttle. They put your luggage on top normally, and yeah, it's a long day in many cases, but for a very affordable fee. You know, where it's not like a flight where they say, oh, well, it's $60, but then you got to pay for your luggage, and like, oh, it's $200 by the time you're done. It's actually $60 to $80, right? Whatever number they give you, that's the number, and you end up at your destination with your luggage, right? And we don't have to drive to an airport. We don't have to wait. So if you actually think about, like, for example, if we were to take a shuttle to San Pedro Sula, it takes about 9 hours, which sounds terrible, right? 9 hours, that's a really long time. Is it? Is it? Because the alternative is to go to the airport. So it's a 2.5 hour drive to Managua Airport under normal circumstances. You always have to allow a little extra time in case of traffic. And then you want to be at the airport about 3 hours before an international flight. I know a lot of people don't do that. They try to sneak in at 2. And in Managua, you can get away with that. However, I have done 2 hours at Managua and barely made my flight. So it is... so you get to you may have 5+ hours before you actually get on a flight, right? Like I was saying, 2 hours and we barely made it to the flight. You really want the 3 hours because all it takes is one international line being long and you're screwed. And so that's 5 hours, and then you have maybe an hour in the air. Sure, it might be a little bit less, but basically an hour in the air up to San Pedro Sula, except San Pedro Sula isn't the airport. You're going to be a little bit outside the city, so you got a little bit of time transport into the city, and don't forget the time going through the international lines and all that. By the time you're done, you're looking at 7 to 8 hours to do a pretty simple local hopper flight in many cases, so that suddenly that 9-hour shuttle starts sounding really good because it's 9 hours of get on and nap. Right? It's not, do this drive, then do this wait, then do this boarding. And boarding planes and all that, it's fine. But it's more stressful than boarding a shuttle. Boarding a shuttle is so simple. Hey guys, here's my luggage. Okay, we're going to strap that on the top. Get in, take your seat. Okay, here we go. Whoop, that's it. And those bathroom breaks, those are in nice gas station bathrooms. They're not in, an airplane bathroom. So even those things, so much better. And when you want to stop and get a snack, instead of the airplane selling you some expensive snack, you're stopping at some nice mini mart and picking up some good food, right? So it's a completely different experience. You want to get off along the way? You can. Right? And the border crossing is part of the time, not added on at the beginning and the end. And there's no hidden fees and all that. So those shuttles are pretty cool. My nephew who had asked this question has hopped on, Garrett Grice. Hey, Garrett, how's it going? And happy birthday to him. He just turned 18, so is thinking about coming down to Nicaragua. Brian, who's also in Texas, not that far from my nephew, says, home today, so I was able to see the pop-up and not be tied up. Oh, nice. Well, Brian gets to see the whole show starting early today. So as... I was talking because Garrett had mentioned it. Being in Nicaragua, we really do forget living here that people who don't live here don't think about the fact that we are in the middle of so many things. I'm going to bring up a map because, we like doing maps and show just where we are in comparison to the region, because until you stop, and I just love staring at maps, right? It's super fun, helps you understand the world, helps you understand options and so forth. I'm going to zoom way out. There we go. And let me get my software so I can flip over to the map. This will only take a second. What's it called? Google Chrome. There we go. Did it get it? Did it get it? Does it work? Boom, there we go. All right. We can maneuver that slightly to get a better map view. That's pretty good. All right. So this is the basic map of the region. And for those who are up, Brian's up here in Dallas, Garrett is down here in Houston. So these distances are, Mexico's huge, right? So we're pretty far away from things. And then you have all this interesting stuff in this tiny little Central American zone with Nicaragua in the dead center. And that's part of the fun of Nicaragua, is how dead center it is in this really interesting region. So let's zoom in and look at Central America plus Panama, because Panama is not part of Central America, but we always include it. So when you look at these distances, right, the distance from, so we're here in Leon, but Managua's kind of, central with the airport. When you look at this zone and look at how far it is to the Mexican border or to the Colombian border with all these countries in between, these distances from, say, Managua to the Colombian border is only about, it's a little bit farther, but only about the same as going between Dallas and Houston. Maybe 50% farther, right? Maybe like Dallas to Brownsville at most, but I don't even think that's probably true. These are not super far distances. And now our roads move more slowly. There's lots of borders. But as you can see, coming from like Leon, the border, I hate that it pops up, from Leon up to this is the Honduran border right here. That's only 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes maybe. I think I can actually do it in under 2 hours, depending on where you're looking to go. And the crossing at Guasale is pretty close here. So we'll zoom in a little bit so you can see this region. So Guasale is, I think, right here. See if I can find it. Oh, nope. I do not have the right spot. Anyway, right around there. Oh, there it is, Guasale. Right there. The big crossing. This is where the tourists tend to cross into Honduras. So that's about 2 hours away from here in Leon. And that means that this Choluteca and that coastal part of Honduras is very approachable. Sorry, I muted there as I sneezed. So we have this beautiful city and beautiful coastal region of Honduras that we can get to in just a few hours of drive, which is really cool. But if we want to go to, this is El Salvador right here, right? Honduras is only this wide. We have a ferry that runs right between here to La Union. Now, that's not typically where you want to go in El Salvador, but if you want to get to El Salvador from here, it's just a quick drive up to Potosí right here. So you can see our drive. That's not bad. And we can just take a little boat that goes right across, and then you're in El Salvador, and you don't even have to go through the border at Honduras. But we do have Tegucigalpa, the Honduran capital, is right there, and that is for us maybe 6 hours by car, and I think less actually, right? Because from here to here is about 2. You got a little bit of crossing. It's probably about 4.5 hours to Tegucigalpa. I've never driven there directly from here. And then here's San Pedro Sula. So taking a shuttle to Tegucigalpa is like 6 hours, I think, in the shuttle, and San Pedro is like 9. And I know that La Ceiba is only a little bit more than 9. This is where my friend goes because she catches the ferry up to the Bay Islands. So all of this region is easily accessible by quick and cheap shuttles. And like I was saying, coming all the way to Antigua, which is right here, this little spot, a little vacation spot here, but Guatemala City, the capital, there's a picture out the window. And Antigua, these are long shuttles. These are full day shuttles to get out here. But this is the Guatemalan border, right? So that's way into Guatemala. And then going on to Quetzaltenango is only another few hours. And then this is Mexico right up here, right? So that part, really close with a lot of variety. These are big, interesting countries, right, with their own history and their own food and their own culture. And then coming the other way from Leon, we can drive to this border at Piñas Blancas in about 4 hours, especially with the new roads. And then you've got this vacation-y, expat-y zone, which is kind of starts about here, a little bit above Playa Hermosa, and goes down to about Uvita. This is all the famous touristy coast of Costa Rica, plus then another bit over here on the Caribbean. And then you've got the capital here. All of this, is really kind of leans towards the Nicaraguan side. There is a gap. There's a empty zone right up here, of course. But you've got the volcanoes and wildlife preserves up here. And then again, you've got the wildlife preserves down here. The capital is really interesting and cool. So for us to be able to get into Costa Rica in 4 hours and get to Liberia Airport, that's about another 90 minutes. And then it's a bit of a drive to the capital, but it's a beautiful city, 2 million people, lots to do, is only that far. And then this is Panama right here. That's all the farther it is to Panama. Now, Panama City, all the way at the other side of Panama. So that's, yes, that starts to get to be a drive. People tend to fly to there. But if you're going to David or closer, anything in the Bocas de Toro, anything like that, Boqueta, the famous expat zone, you're typically going to want to do a shuttle to that as well, especially because your flights are going to go into Panama City and you're going to have to drive all the way back. And of course, I used to live right along here once upon a time. So this area for driving and being able to shuttle places is so cool and interesting. It's so much fun to have those options that we can just zip between these different places, and it's much like living in the Northeast in the United States and being like, oh, I'm from New York, I'm going to take a quick hop to Toronto, I'm going to take a quick hop to Montreal, I'm going to take a quick hop to Cleveland, to Pittsburgh, to Boston, to Philadelphia. And you have all these variety of things that are an easy reach from New York. You would never get on a plane to go to any of those from New York, right? You would just drive them because it's so easy, but they're very different places. And so that's quite a cool artifact that you can experience here in Nicaragua. So that we really like. And of course, it's an easy flight to Mexico. It's an easy flight to Colombia. And then you're further afield, right? Then Mexico is an entire world to the north. And Colombia is not as large as Mexico, but is still its own universe with so much culture and so much population. You're experiencing its own place. So it's great being centered here. And when you look at it from that perspective and think, oh, Nicaragua to Colombia is like going from Dallas to Atlanta or less, right? Which is still a bit of a trip, but people who live in Houston will drive to Florida without thinking much about it. Well, for us to go to Colombia is much less than going from Houston to Florida. Houston to Florida would be us going to nearly Ecuador or Venezuela, right? Which only a little bit farther, but noticeably. Dirty Chivo is here. Hey, everyone. So that's an aspect we really do forget, and I love being able to do that. And from time to time I do, and I have a planned trip to do the shuttle up to El Salvador coming up in July, I believe. I think that's right. And that would be a lot of fun. I've never spent time in San Salvador, the capital, and really looking forward to doing that, getting to know that city, and of course, filming that city for you guys. Makes sense. So want to do that. And it's well known in this area for being one of the great cities with a lot to do, a lot like very modern, big cathedrals and libraries and shopping and events. It's got the main regional airport and so forth. So it's a pretty cool city, even though it isn't that big. It's really similar in size to San Jose or to San Pedro Sula. So it doesn't really stand out as being a particularly large city. Nothing compared to Guatemala City, for example. Certainly larger than anything we have in Nicaragua, right? We're just not the land of big cities. Where we have the smallest, largest city within all of Central America. And technically, Managua is larger than Panama City, but you'd never know it being there. It definitely does not feel larger in any way. But the metropolitan area does seem to be larger. From what numbers we're able to glean. So going to these other regions and experiencing something different, often big cities, is an important thing for us. But that access is so nice. And of course we can fly places. But being able to go by bus or boat, it's just super cool. And you can take big buses, you can take shuttles. There's lots of different options. And of course you can drive yourself. So those are things we like. And there's many different services going at different times of day, and different routes and different options and so forth. So things that I think so many people who move to Nicaragua are moving thinking in terms of retirement, or they're thinking of travel to faraway distant places like, oh, well, yeah, sometimes I want to travel to Europe, sometimes I want to go to Asia or whatever. And then being located here is neither here nor there. But when you're talking about going to these local places, it is really cool that we have such close proximity to such a variety of places. each one with different history and everything. And for us, big variety difference is food. So, yeah, that's cool. 1KL7RRC. So, Hola Scott from Eastern Washington. How's it going? I have a couple things. I've got a little bit of coffee left, and I have a rum and coke. Or Cuba Libre. My nephew was asking, what is the food like here? So this is a difficult one to describe, as often is, right? You don't have the context to talk about food in new places. Imagine if you'd never had Chinese food and someone's trying to describe it. You'd be like, I don't know how to describe that. Nicaraguan food, for the most part, is not exotic to North Americans, but it is not what they expect either. We have loads of hot dogs, hamburgers, basic things like that. Where we're lacking, pizza definitely is not up to par, but my nephew's from Texas, so we're up to par with Texas. It's just we're not up to par with most of the U.S. We don't have good subs. We don't have a big variety of food. And the big thing that shocks people is that we don't have Mexican food. Even when there is something that calls itself Mexican, it rarely is, or it's super limited, and people consider it very exotic. It's like going out to a fancy foreign restaurant in the U.S., right? If you live in the U.S. and you live in a small town, you're like, let's get Vietnamese or, Cambodian food. Right? People would feel like that's exotic and it would be a special treat. It would be somebody's making something very different. And we also experience that with like Peruvian food or Chilean food in the United States, Ethiopian food, right? All things you will find, but you have to work pretty hard to find them. And it's always a restaurant that then is like, we're all about Ethiopia, right? And it's going to be Ethiopian music and Ethiopian decor. It's not just a regular place serving some Ethiopian food in a fast food restaurant, right? It's way too exotic for that. People who are getting Ethiopian in the U.S. are expecting an Ethiopian travel experience in their restaurant. Here, you're going to get that same feeling with Mexican. It's such a faraway, exotic place. It's so disconnected from local cuisine that it doesn't share any of that overlap. Right? The United States actually has way more culinary overlap with Mexico than Nicaragua does. So that, I think, is really shocking to people who are coming into Nicaragua new and having never experienced it. The first thought is, well, the food's probably going to be, to some degree, this transition from Mexico, right? They understand it's going to be different, but they're expecting it to be no more different than American food is from Mexican, right? Oh, Tex-Mex when you get to Colorado, right? The far-flung Tex-Mex at the fringes of Tex-Mex, that's probably what it's like, right? The variation is probably like, no, not at all. There's a hard break in Guatemala, and Central America just does not copy what we generally think of as being Mexican food. Now, of course, Mexico has a truly insane variety of food within the country, and Chiapas, which borders Guatemala's, their food is very different than, say, what you would expect on the street in Mexico City or in Guadalajara or something like that. So there is some transition there from Mexican and some similarity to Mexican that people don't think of as being Mexican. And of course, for example, the number one exported food from Mexico is Caesar salads. And yes, we have Caesar salads here absolutely everywhere. It is so common. So from that perspective, we have Caesar salads in nearly every cafe. Well, that's technically Mexican food. So that's where Mexican food becomes confusing, because Americans don't think of Caesar salads as being particularly Mexican, and Mexicans don't often think that much about it either, right? It comes from Tijuana, and it's just not indicative of other places in Mexico. But it is what it is. Alan points out, I'm so surprised that chips and salsa isn't a thing here. I love chips and salsa. But really, neither chips nor salsa are big things here, right? So it really is shocking. You would think, because chips and salsa are so easy to do, that this is something that would have been brought from Mexico because it's delicious and it's not that hard. But for whatever reason, those types of nacho chips are not made here. You basically will never find them. If you go out of your way, you'll find them, but you're not going to stumble on them. And that kind of salsa, that tomato-based, chunky, put it on a tortilla chip, nacho chip salsa, also not a thing here. Like, we basically never find it. A few times, but it's pretty rare. Putting them together and making it a appetizer, not at all a thing. Now, if you're in grocery stores and you hunt around, we can get that kind of salsa, but it's being imported from Texas, quite literally, right? The same brands we got in Texas are the same brands we're getting here. Tortillas, we're bringing them in from Honduras, right? It's just not stuff that we have, and so it's really shocking coming from the U.S. We're just sure that these are going to be things that get copied over, but no, really here in this market, French fries made it in as the staple rather than chips. So it's Marcos is here. Hey, Scott, it's Marcos from your hometown. Hey, Marcos, how's it going? We're going to see you down here pretty soon. Janet says I'm in and out today because I'm working. And a quick reminder to everybody to hit that thumbs up while you have the chance. We got 22 people on already, so it's a good moment to get in there and get those thumbs up in there as we get things rolling. So what's everybody got going on this weekend? We do have a holiday tomorrow, officially here. I've been out in the sun all day, so I'm feeling a little bit tired, but overall, pretty good. It was a good day. Just JG is here. Hello from Montreal. ZZ is here. Hola, Scott finally made it to the live. Awesome to have you here after many posts in the non-live, in the dead, as we'll call it, the dead videos. In digital, what do the people of Nicaragua, I think he's missing the word think. What do the people of Nicaragua think of the dangerous circus in the U.S. right now? Honestly, this is one of the surprising things I think to Americans is that Nicaraguans don't think about the U.S. very much. They do, but not nearly as much as Americans imagine that they do. Right, and not in the way that Americans do. Nicaraguans have a tendency to think of the U.S. in terms of like, oh, someday I'd like to have a job in the U.S. But it's not thinking about the real U.S. It's thinking about a fantasy future U.S. that they have in their minds, as we all do, right? I'm not saying that this is a bad thing or a weird thing. I'm saying that I have a future fantasy life where I have a better job and make more money and a bigger house, and right, we all have this right in our heads, and that's kind of how Nicaraguans think of the U.S. is this dream of something in the future, or to not be there in the future, but they're thinking of it in that context. But as far as actually being aware of current events, or concerned about them, or having particular thoughts on them, they, one, aren't concerned or involved, and two, don't have good insight or context on that. And so they basically are unaware. Right. If you were to mention, did you know things are kind of going crazy in the U.S. right now? I think a lot of Nicaraguans would be like, oh, yeah, we've heard something about that. But that's kind of it, right? They don't have opinions. They don't have a big like, oh, here's what I feel, should happen or did happen or will happen. They're just not involved in that way. Man, why would they be, right? Same as us here, right? There could be things going on in Nicaragua as expats. Why do we care? Like, I want good things for my friends and neighbors. But as far as, the potential drama behind the scenes or the mechanics of making things work, it's of no relevance to me. I don't care. So I don't spend time thinking about it, right? That would be honestly weird. Nicaraguans are kind of in the same boat with the U.S. Like, it's not their vote, it's not their politics, it's not their decision. They only care when it directly affects their ability to move there or to leave or for their family to stay there or whatever, or it affects them when it becomes foreign policy or foreign action. And those things do happen, and then Nicaraguans are aware of that. But that's very different than the drama in the U.S. That's the drama outside the U.S. in a way. So just mostly we get this indifference or invisibility to the stuff going on in the U.S. I know as Americans, it's hard to imagine that the whole world isn't focused on this, and there isn't a lot going on in the world apparently at the moment, so all the news cycles are focused on this, but that's about it. In digital, Doodle Max 6966 Thanks for the thumbs up. And Digital says, yep, they don't care. I love it. Other countries, not so much. We are valid enemies. Doodle Max says, hi, everyone, and hello from the south of Germany. Oh, awesome. What part in the south of Germany? I've only been a little few places, but it's good to know where. Indigenous says, I love that great culture. Marco says, Scott, have seen the horse dance in person in Nicaragua. I've seen that Nicaragua has pride in videos. Yeah, I've filmed quite a few of them. It's called the Ipico. And it's a fun event to go to. All the big cities have them, and a lot of the small ones do too. It goes all throughout the year. It's quite popular. It's a major part of the culture, major part of the history of colonial Nicaragua. It doesn't predate that, obviously, because horses came from the colonial period. And it's a major thing, right? It's a major event where you go out and see everyone in town and get involved. It's a C and B scene kind of thing. Loads of drinking, lots of food, and just this huge all-day-long parade that leads to the rodeo in the evening, the rodeo. Right, because it's not the U.S. We don't pronounce rodeo weird. The rodeo. It is a pretty cool thing. When we first got here, we didn't think we would want to go see it. We're like, that seems dumb, right? Like, who wants to go see? No. It's actually pretty cool. It's worth going to see, and it's a bizarre, casual parade of horses. The utter casualness of the entire event is just crazy. Like, you can go out and walk behind the horses. You can go up and take pictures with them. Sometimes the horses don't come for a while, and there's just big gaps in the street. Sometimes there's floats with dancing girls. Sometimes there's nothing. Like, it's all over the place. It's such a weird but neat event. Like, you definitely have to do them. And probably a few of them. I really like doing it in Nagarote. I've done it in Leon, Nagarote, Granada, and Managua for sure. And I need to go out and do other places. And it's fun to walk the route. It's fun to get involved. But a lot of people also just hunker down in a specific venue and watch from there. There's lots of different ways to approach it. It's been a long day, so I'm trying to get as much caffeine into me as I can. That'll help get me going. I've got so many messages. I'm trying to... Now we got loads of people on, but you guys are quiet. I hope we're at least getting thumbs up. You guys are too quiet. We need like questions or something. I don't even think there's anything on the community. I haven't looked in the last little bit. Let's go see. Latest questions. Risky Ron said something that I couldn't even understand, unfortunately. He was abbreviating a bunch of things, and I couldn't follow. Risky Ron points out, oh, as capital cities go, Managua is, to me, the safest, and that is a rarity in most of Latin America. Flor de Caña, some of the best rum. Managua is surprisingly safe for a capital city. Tegucigalpa, much more dangerous. Oh, I do actually have a few tickets I need to do. I can't tell if any of these are current. Let's go look. Off to deal with this real quick. What is the... I remember. Yes, Managua is surprisingly safe. Risky Ron, who wrote that, also wrote a couple days ago, and for some reason my responses to him didn't post. We said, I'm in Panama with a broken hip, U.S. citizen and Vietnam vet. That put things that put Panama above the rest for, I think he was still on his painkiller. For U.S. veterans, medical is free. Now, keep in mind, in Nicaragua, everyone gets their medical free, so it's not quite like we're higher ranked in medicine and everything's free, at least emergency stuff. Not even in the U.S. will anyone get such care. Love Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Mexico, and Colombia, but if you're a U.S. vet, you can't beat Panama. Plus, I never realized what friends I have. Oh, I'm 78 years old, type O negative blood, which only 5% of the world gave. I have lived in Costa Rica the last 9 years. Yes, lived in Leon, Nicaragua, in Fatima. Lived in David, Panama for 3 years, and you can't, I think he means beat. Bocas del Toro for Caribbean. Beaches. I sell nothing, promote nothing, just give good advice. All right, cool. Yeah, Panama has the advantage of being on the veterans care system for the U.S. So if you're getting care through the vets, then that's beneficial that it's part of the system. But it's also negative that it's not the best system, right? Or some people have had really good experiences with it, but a lot of people have had really bad ones too. It's very hit and miss. But within the region, Panama does not rank at the top of the quality of care, and the clinics that accept care for vets are not at the top of the Panama system in most cases. So you're not getting the same care, but the best ones in Nicaragua are not the public ones either. In most cases, they're private. So, you know. Sorry, checking on my tickets. Yeah, not a lot of comments on the show in the last couple of days. Brent mentioned 2 days ago, hope you get the kitten back home. We did manage to get the kitten. It was hiding on the other side of the garage in a metal scrap metal pile. Not the best place for it to be hiding, but luckily another outdoor cat called to it for a long time, and eventually it came and hung, like it brought it to us. So we have an outdoor mother cat and an indoor mother cat, and it's an older kitten of the indoor mother cat. But the two, when they lived outside, sorry, I'm taking off my sandals. I don't like wearing them during the show. They used to co-parent, which we're kind of sad that one of them has come inside and one has not. But one is much more brave than the other, and so always hung out with us, and the other always was skittish and hid away. Now, we say that. So the indoor cat is locked indoors now with 5 of its kittens. We have 6 family cats together in one space. And then Minerva, that we've had for years, in another room. They can't go outside. The outdoor cat, Kruller, does actually come in the house at night. But we have to be careful because the dogs will chase her. And she doesn't come in and like get pets or anything. She comes in and scours the kitchen during the night. So sometimes we go out and find her in the house. But she's allowed to be in the house. But she isn't a locked-in cat. She comes and goes as she wants and isn't inside very often. So it's kind of interesting. All right. Oh, we got some stuff here. ZZ says, once I'm in the country, is it hard to buy a car? So if you are a tourist, if you're on the de facto visa, which is the tourist visa, then it is hard to buy a car. There's ways to make it happen, but it's not super easy. If you get a residency visa of any sort, then buying a car is ridiculously trivial. Just walk into a dealership and give them money, and they give you a car. So the challenges only happen if you want to do it as a tourist, which to people who are not familiar with Nicaragua may sound like, well, who would want to do that? But most and I literally mean most of the expats in Nicaragua, decide they want to stay on the tourist system because the only big drawback is this buying a car thing. And so if you're not trying to buy a car, why would you care? And even if you are trying to buy a car, you've got to weigh the effort of doing the visa versus the effort of finding some other way to buy a car. So most people end up staying on the visa system and either not having a car or figuring it out. And there definitely is ways to figure it out. We had a car for the first year or more, 2 years without, 3 years maybe without being residents of any sort. Definitely doable, right? But yeah, it's hard under those circumstances. But if you're like me now and getting a car, I bought my last car while a resident. Just, you just show your ID and give them the money, and there's no question. Doodle Max, I'm located in the region of Mannheim, English men's home. 80 kilometers south end of Ramstein. You've probably heard of that place. Awesome. Well, welcome. It's great to have you here. EPE Life, hola, Scott. Just want to say thank you for being so pro-Nika land. I wish you the best. Peter in Messiah. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Max has a question. Are there some European people or even German people around your expat community, or is it U.S. Americans only? So first of all, Americans are not, so great question. Americans are not the largest expat group here. The largest expat group here is Canadians for lots of reasons, mostly because there aren't so many Americans. That's a big draw, right? This is how Nicaragua needs to advertise itself to the world. Nicaragua, fewer Americans, and people from everywhere will just flock in, right? But we don't have that many Americans. So the number of Canadians is the surprising thing. Americans are the second largest group, but quickly following that are the German countries. So Germany and its surrounds. Switzerland, I think, is actually the leader in people here. Everybody's Swiss. You run into Swiss everywhere. You also get a lot of French, but Germans, yes, many. Once in a while, Austrians. That is definitely rare. But loads of Germans, loads of Swiss from Zurich and Bern, places that are German speaking specifically. We get lots of Dutch, lots of Belgians. Noticeable numbers of Finns and Swedes, Danes. Those are really the big groups. Getting people from Spain happens, but it's definitely less. Portugal, very rare, but we do, I know some. But that the German center of Europe is definitely the main European group sending here. We really notice how many there are. So I've known, I would say, dozens of Swiss expats alone. But you will certainly notice so many Canadians that is the biggest group. We have friends who are Polish, and Russia sends some. I don't know any Russians in my. No, that's not true. I do, just not a lot. We get from all over. We really do. But Germans are noticeable within the population. Dirty Chivo, I'm sure you've talked about this 100 times by now, but can you explain how you would go about finding an apartment once you've moved on from the initial hotel or Airbnb? So it is tough, right? It is. There's no easy answer. Right now, while you're here living in that temporary, right, that's when you're doing stuff. You're not waiting for your temporary to expire and then going, what do I do today? Right? You're using that time to search. And part of it is you're going to explore the neighborhoods, right? And learn things. You're going to get to know people. You're going to get to resources and so forth. At some point, you will go through listings on Facebook Marketplace. You will go drive around and look for signs that are up. You will ask people you know. You will, if you're like us and you have a lawyer, you ask your lawyer. You ask your dentist. You ask your doctor. You ask people you know. And word of mouth is a major component of finding a place, driving around, walking around. These are major components. Facebook Marketplace, and there are... and we talk about this a bit, right? There are sellers agents. There are people who represent apartments or represent houses that you may have to talk to. They may have a bunch that they represent, right? Danielle that I work with, he will often have 5 or 6 houses in the kind of category that someone is looking for. He is not a buyer's agent, right? You don't go to him. He does not help you get a house. He does not represent you. He does not protect you. None of that. He is your enemy. He's out to represent the seller of the house. That's his job. But you go through places like that and get some amount of availability to understand what there is out there and so forth. So it's still not this easy automatic, I'm just going to go get a long-term place kind of thing like you would do in North America, but it is doable. And especially as you've been here, like we find that the majority of the places that we find have a tendency to come from our lawyer, for example. Which may sound crazy, but you will end up with a contact who knows places pretty quickly. But learning where you want to be is such a big component of it. I'm a drunk guy. I got stitches back in January. Local hospital in Hinotepe. They stitched me up and was free. Returned to have them removed. Was fast and pleasant. Pleasant. Please take out these stitches. Ah, such a one. We could have it with tea. Morris Adams, I have to tell you because I graduated as an exchange student from La Secundaria in Alajuela, Costa Rica in 1977 and have friends. It's been my go-to, but I've almost persuaded you, honestly. Well, that's awesome. We will be retiring sometime around 28 or 28. I think he meant 28 or 29. I stay in Alajuela when I go to Costa Rica most of the time, just because that's where the Hampton Inn is located, and it's very convenient to the airport. That is a beautiful region now. I assume you've been back sometime recently. In the last few years, it's really become a great extension of the San Jose Metro. I like that region. There's some bits of it that are kind of rough, but the area around the Hampton is nice, near the airport is nice. Well, those are about kind of the same. The train comes through there now. I love any place that's on the train line, right? So you can go from downtown San Jose out to Alajuela on the train and then all the way out to the beach. That's pretty freaking sweet. I have not done that. I really want to. I want to film like the whole train ride for you guys sometime. That would be really cool. Then like the mall area, super fancy up there. I love going out to the mall not for the shopping, right? For the restaurants and stuff in that area. Obviously, I never go shopping in Costa Rica. Like that's way too far to go to the mall to go shopping. That'd be silly. But going out for food variety, it's really good. And especially if you're using the airport and you're spending the night there. I've actually run into some of my viewers out there who were also in Alajuela while I was there, and we just hung out, and it was a lot of fun. So it's a nice area, but it is getting pricey. It's getting dangerous. There's some things I love about it, that mall, that train, you know. But if I was moving to San Jose, would I pick it? I wouldn't, right? I'd want to be in Northeast, I think. I like San Jose as a city. If I was going to be in Costa Rica, I would definitely be in the city. But that's awesome that you spent some time there and are thinking about Nicaragua. Gooch Gooch says quite a few from Italy as well. I have seen a few. I knew at least one Iranian. We're starting to notice some Chinese. Who else do we see? With that, obviously people from Latin America, but. Those are kind of the big ones. Gooch Gooch also says lots of Russians in San Juan del Sur, for sure. Tesla or Edison says good evening. Can you speak Pennsylvania Dutch? I cannot. My family spoke Pennsylvania Dutch up until my grandfather, but my grandfather passed away about 5 years before I was born, 1971, and I was born in 76. So his Pennsylvania Dutch, what little bit, because he didn't like speak it, was lost before me. My family Bible is a Pennsylvania Dutch Bible, leather-bound, ancient family Bible. So that is how close we are to speaking it. My daughter studies German, but not Pennsylvania Dutch, obviously, in school as her language because she's just stubborn and wants to study that instead of, Spanish, like where we live. My youngest daughter speaks Spanish and studies Spanish in school, but my eldest is like, German. It's like, Spanish will help you every day of your life, every day. But so she studies German, but no, I do not speak Pennsylvania Dutch. I wish I did. That would be so cool. Although Pennsylvania Dutch is surprisingly useless, right? The number of speakers left is so small, and you don't really want to speak Pennsylvania Dutch and like go to Germany because people will be like, that's weird. How many speakers are even left of Pennsylvania Dutch? looking it up. Well, 300,000 speakers still. My Spanish teacher in high school was a Pennsylvania Dutch native speaker. That was her native language. And English was her second language. Spanish was like her fifth, and she spoke Ukrainian at home. So, pretty wild there. Wisconsin has 20,000 speakers out of the 300 of Pennsylvania Dutch. Interesting. All right, just checking all my tickets, making sure I'm not falling behind here. All right. You guys are pretty quiet. Let's get some conversation going. Good baker is my favorite. My mother was a Pennsylvania Dutch baker. It was fantastic growing up. My mother did, my aunts, my grandmother all did traditional either Pennsylvania Dutch or actual Dutch baking. So on my father's side, the family is half Pennsylvania Dutch and half Scottish. And then on my mother's side, half Pennsylvania Dutch and half Dutch. So I am full half Pennsylvania Dutch, almost entirely Swiss, some Alsatian, some Southern German, but all from within a few miles of Bern. But Pennsylvania Dutch across the board, and then a quarter true Dutch, which Pennsylvania Dutch, for those who don't know, is German, not Dutch. But so my mother had a lot of both Pennsylvania Dutch and Dutch baking. For those who are unfamiliar with the Northeast of the United States, Pennsylvania Dutch is such named because there was a giant German population in Pennsylvania, and people in America just even hundreds of years ago had very little concept of the broader world and didn't understand Deutsch from Dutch. And so because they were the Deutsch, German, they called them Dutch because they were clueless, and so they became known as the Pennsylvania Dutch to distinguish them from actual Dutch. But the colony of New York was a Dutch colony right next to it, right? So most of my family came from the Pennsylvania colony, but my family also was a founder of the New York colony. So I'm Dutch on one side, Pennsylvania Dutch on the other, and they overlapped in that area, right? So it's a funny thing there in that zone. Doodle Max says, can you recommend a travel guide such as Lonely Planet? I can definitely recommend against Lonely Planet. Learning about Lonely Planet here in Nicaragua actually has turned me off to travel guides entirely. Something I can tell you for sure, right, because I work in tourism here. When we first got here, long ago, it was a big joke that long before I got here, Lonely Planet had come through. And it was one guy who quickly came through and wrote a bunch of garbage. A lot of the stuff he wrote, he didn't test anything. He didn't know what was good. The information in the guide is useless. And I say this as one of the beneficiaries, because what they did is he came through quickly somewhere around, I don't know, 2010, we'll just say. And they came through one time, did a quick pass through a couple villages, and listed a few businesses, mine being one of them. So the travel guide for those of us who got listed was fantastic. And I have friends who also own places that are in the guide. Since that time, nearly every business has gone out of business, at least the ones that were there, and new ones have cropped up, which means the guide has not considered anything in the current world. So all of the things that are listed in there are completely wrong. It's utterly useless. It would lead you so astray. Every single bit of information was unverified or poorly verified at the time and is garbage today. And the few of us that are listed, it's totally unfair. In my favor, but totally unfair. So anyone who picks up Lonely Planet is going to be like, wow, look at these 20 great places to go on this beach, and then find out that only one of them remains. It's actually like 2 or 3, but 2 or 3 out of many. Most of the recommendations aren't even there. and haven't been since as long as we can remember, right? We're talking about places that have so long disappeared, no one even remembers what they were, right? This isn't like, well, it just went out of business or anything, but they've put out edition after edition of the Lonely Planet Guide since that time. So it's become a big joke just how fake those guides are. The problem is only Lonely Planet has been here in like the last 20 years. Everybody else isn't here at all. So there is no travel guide with anybody coming in writing any information down. And so the thing that I learned from this, because I was a traveler and I love Rick Steves, right, who did all the Rick Steves Guide to Europe, and I think his guides are pretty decent. But one of the things that I've learned from this experience is travel guides are fake and garbage. Don't get them, right? A travel guide that's like, here's what's great about the culture and history and food of this place, okay, that's good. But a travel guide that's telling you where to go and things to do, no. They're just, at best they're doing a quick internet search and writing down what they find, and at worst they're just faking it completely. But they're not the travel experts. None of them are. None of them are going to the places that you would care about. Yeah, if you're in Italy or Spain or France and there's so many people going, I'm sure they have actual people going around and getting some of that information. Actually, no, I'm not sure, but I suspect heavily that they are. I'm actually now wondering why they would. It's so easy to use AI to fake it, and people don't have a way to get their money back. There's no useful way to complain, hey, this guide is not up to date or accurate. They're going to be like, what? How did you verify that, right? No, you can't easily do that. So travel guides are definitely one of those things that, just let AI write it. They were slop before AI. Why not keep them slop, right? So I would heavily recommend avoiding travel guides across the board, but certainly for Nicaragua, we know there isn't a valid one at all. Good people, you got the beard. I did get the beard. My grandfather actually couldn't grow a beard. So it's funny, and he was full Pennsylvania Dutch. So it's funny that I managed to get it. And it sounds like a good thread on your community boards. Yeah. Dirty Chivo, Scott, I've heard you speaking highly about Matagalpa as a great option for a single expat. What makes Matagalpa the place in your opinion? Just curious. What makes Matagalpa the place in your opinion? And real quick, Tusk the Ripper says, hey, Scott, good to see you. Hey, Tusk, how's it going? And happy birthday to Tusk the Ripper, who turned 30 this week. Individual says they are in print, they are old. It is true that they are in print and that makes them old, but you would expect something in print to be maybe only a year old or 2 years old. And I think we'd all be okay with that, right? If you were doing a print version of a book and it only came out every other year and your information could be up to a year and 364 days old for that, I think we'd all be okay with those are the limits of printing. But that's not what's going on. They're putting out edition after edition without ever returning to the place, and even the one that they put out wasn't up to date or accurate at the time they put it out. So at some point it moves from the necessities of being in print being out of date to being actually fake. So that's where it's crossed a line where they're scamming people, right? So I stopped, before I lived in Nicaragua, I would buy their books, I would go to their websites, I would use their resources. Now I realize they're just making stuff up. I can go look on the internet, I can go watch YouTube videos and learn more than the writers, right? And it makes sense when you really dig into it, like who's buying travel books? Not that many people. Are they expensive to put out? Yeah, they're very expensive to put out if you were doing what people imagine that you're doing. And no one actually checks if you are. So why bother when people are just going to fantasize that you're sending out, right? What people imagine is that there are 50 well-weathered, amazingly well-traveled, knowledgeable writers for Lonely Planet who spend months traveling around Nicaragua, gaining the most in-depth knowledge, being such experts, and then delivering that information to the world. We all imagine this, even if when I say it, you go, well, that doesn't seem reasonable. Sure, but you were imagining it. Right? And then when you actually read the book and they're like, oh, this is the best restaurant. When you're like, it's the only restaurant they went to and there's only a 10% chance that they ate there at all. Suddenly it's like, that, I guess that does make sense. How could you, as a published author, I know how hard it is to put out a book that isn't a travel book, right? Between my editors and my, all the different teams and the cost of publishing, it's a huge endeavor that took a ton of time just to do the writing. I didn't have to travel and do all the collection. I didn't have to be in a different town every day to make it happen. I wasn't trying to compare restaurants, and that takes time, right? If you want to write about the 20 best places to have dinner in Leon, you have to eat dinner 20 times. And if someone only eats 20 times and then makes a top 20 list, they're useless, and that's fake. You got to eat at each one 10 times maybe to form some kind of actual honest opinion. I mean, you can have an opinion without even eating, but you know what I mean? You're not in a position of legitimately giving people advice until you've gone repeatedly. And they're like, okay, they're consistently good or bad. I've tried several things on the menu. I didn't just pick a good one or a bad one, and so forth. If you're not doing that, you're not a real travel writer. You're a scammer, right? And when you think about it, oh, wait, there's no reasonable possibility that one of these travel writers came to Leon and stayed here for months eating out every day, right? You've got a writer who's worth, we're just going to say they're cheap, $40,000 a year, but then having to eat $100 worth of food every day, every single day, and keep track, right? You're not just paying them to eat. You have to pay them to journal it, to rate it, to keep detailed notes, and then to put it into list and compare. Nobody's paying for that. No one could pay for that. It would take $10 million to put out a travel guide, and you'd have to do that every year to maintain that stuff, right? Can't happen. The concept of travel guides doesn't really make sense so much anymore. Now, when you look at someone like Rick Steves, in theory, what he portrays it as, and I think there's a good chance of this, he has tour guides in thousands of cities, supposedly, and those tour guides live in those cities, and those tour guides are assembling that information for their local business, and so they're getting a different bit of information in theory, right? I'm just trusting that Rick Steves does something different than other people. But going for someone like Lonely Planet, who doesn't have tours, has no way to have people on the ground, suddenly you're like, they don't have a single person who lives in the country. There's not a single person at Lonely Planet that has an inkling of what it's actually like here. Not a single one. Right? They're lucky if one person who works there has ever been to Nicaragua. I mean that. Like, they'd be lucky to have a single person to have visited once. So when you're thinking about it in that context, and then compared to like, oh, we can just go on the Nicaragua forums, and here's 100 people that live there that I can talk to today and get actual information that's current today, versus one guy's 1 week pass backpacking through the country 15, 20 years ago, right? And everything goes down to that one person's opinion, right? He's probably not even trying the restaurants. He's just quickly asking people, what would you recommend? Not even checking if the people that they're talking to are real or whatever. And moving on. All right, back to Matagalpa for Dirty Chivo. Matagalpa's got a lot going on for it. So let's flip over to the map again, because why not? Because we can. Boom, the map. So Matagalpa is located right about here. I guess it's over here. So Matagalpa is up in the mountains, right? So this is, let's see if we can see it. It's kind of a mountainous territory. Like, this is pretty high ground over here. This is high ground over here. And the city's actually, these bits on the edges of the city are way up in the air. And this is Barrio Guanuca. This is where Luke lives, right? Right there. That's probably his place. Like, who else would have pictures of it? So what do I like about Matagalpa? Well, one, it's a pretty large city. Right, it's the third largest city in the country after Managua and Leon, but it's the second largest metro area at 500,000. Right, so this tight city here that you can see is a good size, about 200 and 250,000. But the outskirts, like including these areas and these areas and these areas and so forth, 500,000. So you've got a lot of population out there, quite a bit more than Leon, which has a metro of 300,000. But we're nearly all in the city. You've got this cool terrain because of the mountains. So you've got what it matters to me is what I call a vertical or a 3D city. I love a city where you can look up and see lights and like you see things. Here in Leon, even when no matter where you are in the city, you never see more of the city. You see the buildings you're at, right? Because everything's flat more or less. But in Matagalpa, you'll be like, look at the beautiful houses up on the hill and they're twinkling. Or if you're up in those houses, look at the blanket of city going out in front of me, right? Managua has some of this too. Not as dramatic as Matagalpa, but so I like that aspect of it. It makes you feel much more a part of a community, makes you feel much more connected, and it's just it's a good internal feeling. But I like its variety of food. I like walking its neighborhoods. I like that it's a more modern city. Right here, we're colonial, so everything's governed by these colonial, like, living museum laws, which are cool, but living in it has its negatives. Up in Matagalpa, you can get high rises, you can get modern apartments. Still not a lot of them, but you get cool houses downtown. You've got rock outcroppings with things built on top of them, right in the middle of the city. You got a real river going through the middle of the city, not just a little creek like we have here. You're far enough away from the capital that you have everything you need in the city. We're close enough to the capital here that we don't have some things. We just jump in the car and run to Managua for a bunch of stuff, which is super convenient, and that's nice for a lot of reasons. But it also means we do it all the time, about once a week. But if you live in Matagalpa, it's isolated just enough, like 1 hour farther than we are. But it's enough to make it really annoying, so you don't go to the capital very often, and everything you need is in the city. They have bigger malls, more shopping, more restaurants, more variety. Even though they're a smaller city. They're also a richer city, right? They have a lot of production. They're the second largest overall economy within the country, Managua being the biggest. So they produce a lot, right? And so there's just more in the city, but it's very affordable. It's not as safe as Leon, but it's still pretty safe. And importantly, it's got cooler weather, like very, very nice weather, a lot more rain. It's just got an overall vibe that I really like. I really like Matagalpa. It feels more exotic, honestly, than Leon. I don't know why. I do like that we have the beach nearby, but they have mountains everywhere. So it's really cool. It's a neat city. In digital, my mom is Pennsylvania Quaker from Bucks County. We're Berks County. I'll do it. Dulamax, do you sometimes check on other YouTube channels that cover and share travel stories about Nicaragua or countries in the region in general? I know about Wanderbeard and Rise and Fly. What do you think? I do a little bit if they're well established. I don't generally look at ones where people are passing through because there's always like random. It's always the same when you're passing through. I went to Granada and visited the cathedral. I rode in a horse-drawn carriage. Yay. I mean, those things are cool. Go do them, but I don't need to watch 1,000 videos on it. Rise and Fly, I watch a little bit because he's doing some interesting things, and he's living in Messiah, I want to think, now. Wanderbeard, I have not watched. Sometimes I see Luke stuff. Sometimes I see Elton stuff. But I don't watch many. I used to watch a ton. And I got into it because I wanted to watch videos about Nicaragua, and there weren't any. And so I was like, boy, this is really needed. It's not my main impetus, but it was a factor. It was a driving factor that I was like, that was my dog hitting the camera. Hi, puppy. Yes. That I wanted to be able to share information and images and stuff about the country with friends and family, employees, and we couldn't. There just wasn't anything at the time. So that encouraged us a lot to get into it. Now there's more people, and I'm super busy, so I don't need to see it. Like, there's just how much time is there? Once in a while, people send me things, right? There's a new Nika Expat channel that's full of misinformation, like intentional misinformation. He's trying to screw the country over and get people angry, and he claims his lawyer told him something. We know his lawyer. He doesn't have a lawyer, right? No lawyer's lying to you about that kind of stuff. They would get disbarred so quickly. He's just out there, trying to make things up to get attention or something. So that's one of the things that's very frustrating, because there's so many. Like, if people are doing I'm touring this house, it's so cool. That stuff's great. But when people are out there going, oh, here's what I learned, and they haven't even done basic research yet. Really, really frustrating. I did a breakdown of one of his videos. Literally every sentence he said was wrong. There wasn't, except for one time he goes, well, I don't know about this, but here's what I heard, or whatever, right? You're like, okay, even that, I have a feeling he knew better. I think he was just lying. Like, the stuff he got wrong was so obvious. He had so much knowledge that those things couldn't be true, and yet he said it anyway. I'm like, this isn't someone making mistakes. This is someone actually scamming people, but I can't figure out how he's making money unless someone's just paying him to discredit the country. But that kind of stuff it does go on and is very frustrating. But I get sent those from time to time, so I do watch those. But just normal travel stuff, I don't really get a chance to, right? Because I work a lot. That would be a ton of time to take out to do that stuff. When I do watch those things, it tends to be countries that I'm going to be visiting or thinking about visiting, and I literally want to learn more about it. So we're looking into some investment potential in Algeria. So I watch a little bit on Algeria from time to time because I just don't know that much, which is funny because I've lived really close to there. But so no, I don't really watch that much, which I feel badly that I can't, but I really can't. Speaking of Rise and Fly, they just posted a couple weeks ago a 6-month living in Managua update. I did see the title. And one of the things he commented on is the availability of fresh fruit. If I recall correctly, though, you'd said before some things like apples, I think, aren't easily widely available. Is there a good source for what is fresh and easy in terms of which fruit? Oh, my dad is here. Good evening from New York, the country of the Dutch. So things like apples are really easy to identify as not being fresh or local because they stickers on them say from the United States, right? It says right on it on a sticker, just like it's from the U.S. So it's as easy as tropical fruits come from here, non-tropical fruits do not, right? That's kind of it's just that's basically it, right? Pineapples, guava, pitaya, and limes and all the stuff like that. That's local, right? And then all the cold weather stuff, the apples, the oranges, the lemons, the pears, they don't grow in this climate, so they're not from here. That's the thing that tips you off. It'll be really obvious when you're looking. Some things are super cheap, some things are super expensive. That's why. But overall, we have just loads and loads of fresh fruit, just not always the ones that you're used to or that you're looking for. Digital says, dude, there are so many, just Google. Many want you to invest. There are some great ones. Wait, is that about fruit? Might be YouTube. Silver J56, Los Veria Todos el 5 de Mayo, rumbo a Nicaragua. Indigenal says you will quickly find scams and investment realtor grifts. I think he must be meaning the YouTube channel. It's definitely not the fruit doing that. ZZ says the amount of folks that act surprised that their drones are confiscated at the border. There was one person who had a trailer with a paraglider on the back, and he got it across. Yeah, like there's so much information that you can't have drones here. It's published everywhere. Everyone talks about it, and then everyone makes a video about how they weren't allowed to bring it in. How much research do people go? If you have a drone, you have to research every country you go into. You can't just bring them into the U.S., right? The U.S. is at least talking about outlawing 99% of drones. If they haven't done it, a lot of places do let you have them, but a lot of places don't. As a drone operator, you know that you always have to check. Anyone, literally anyone acting surprised at the border is lying, right? Either they completely faked it or they are intentionally avoiding information so that they can act surprised or something. But it's, yeah, that's a ridiculous, but you're right, there's so many videos of that crap. Look at all these people we have on. We're doing really well tonight. This is awesome. Lively group. I do wish we could have drones. Like, that would be fantastic. It's just, we knew when we moved here that wasn't an option. Of course, they were cheap there. ZZ says everywhere. And the number of people who are like, well, I heard they take your drones. I'm afraid about bringing a camera. Really? Really? Well, what will I do if they take it? I'm like, call the police because it's a federal crime, right? Directly defying the president's orders that they can't take your cameras. I would definitely call the police. That's what police are for, right? Like, that's a serious crime. What do you do if anyone, commits a major crime? Call the police. Sorry, just reading my messages. Oh, someone's asking me about a movie, but I didn't know the name of the movie, so I was very confused. Hold on, checking some stuff. Someone is having an issue. They signed in to the expats group and got a different account. Weird. Oh, vapes and drones. Yes, no vapes allowed here either. Vapes, I understand fewer people would be aware of because that's pretty recent. Doodle Max says, thank you for all this recent information. You are most welcome. Suddenly everybody is chatting with me at the same time that I'm doing stuff. Still pretty quiet around here. We've been on for almost an hour and 20 minutes. Was it a band's website? I was redirected to a band's website the first time I tried to sign into Nicaragua. So Nicaragua itself is the national event system, and it handles authentication, just like Google sign-in for things. And so everybody who uses the Expat forum, that's where the authentication comes from. It's the Nicaragua equivalent of Google from that perspective. So you would end up, if you don't have an account at all, you get redirected over there to create one, but then you sign in directly through the Expats forum. So yes, in a way, you get redirected over there, but then you're signed into everything. Just a reference, I once had a look at Lonely Planet for Germany, and it was a laugh. They talked about typical things that Germans do I'd never heard of before. Very strange indeed. Yeah, it's the same here. Like, the things that they talk about are so weird. You're like, this has nothing to do with this country. But that's amazing that for Germany, you would think, like, how hard is it to hire a German who speaks English? There's a lot of them, right? Find any German who's interested in writing a book to write a book in English about Germany. Someone who's interested in travel and local. It's not that hard. Getting a Nicaraguan to do that, not very realistic. Very, very, very few Nicaraguans speak English, travel a lot. Like, you're getting into a very difficult thing. But finding a German who's done that, not that hard. And you sell a lot of books. Right, there's many, many, many people buying the German Lonely Planet book, but the Nicaraguan one, very rare. And they even put it into multiple books. There's a Central America book, there's a Central America shoestring book, there's a German, there's a Nicaragua specific book, and yet they still don't bother. Like, they're just, I don't know. It's too expensive to do, and nobody checks. The bottom line, I think, is just that there's zero value in producing a good book. Because anyone who needs the book is not someone who would be knowledgeable enough to know if it's good or not. The first ever flight from Europe to the United States had a kitten stowaway on board. I just learned that in 1919. That is pretty funny. I don't know why I learned that, but I did. Okay, the person logged in months ago, posted, forgot, thought they made an account today, but actually signed into their existing account and had made up a name that they had forgotten about. So when they posted again, it created a name that they hadn't thought of. Okie dokie. That's a funny one. Oh, we often talk about the RadPad issues here, and Gooch Gooch, who's on here right now, posted in the expats group that the RadPad guy's dad, so the apple does not fall far from the tree, which is funny because he had an apple place that did cider. But there's a winery that took wedding bookings and went into receivership and stole everybody's money. I realize you're not supposed to say stole their money, but in American terms, they took money and did not deliver the thing. In English, that's stealing, right? So try to prove it's not. They accepted money and ran away with it. And so that is the legacy from which the RadPad comes. Oh, Gooch Gooch mentioned vapes are banned in a lot of countries. That is true. Many, many. Not unusual at all. When you go to sign in, we did this on the live stream yesterday, went to the expat group, it says sign in via Nicaragua. So when it takes you to Nicaragua, it is announcing it ahead of time. It doesn't go as a surprise or anything like that. I did not get dinner today. I'm just now realizing I may not have gotten lunch. Did I not get lunch today? Is that possible that I didn't get lunch? I don't think I did. Did I have breakfast today? I don't feel hungry. I did have a Danish because I went to Casa del Cafe with the kids. There's some new matcha stuff there. They wanted to try it out. My daughter got a banana matcha, and she's kind of like, eh. But I got the guava bliss matcha, and it was good, like really good. And I got a maracuya Danish, and that was fantastic. Banned, Brian, completely banned. Anyone who has them has to dispose of them. I mean, they're only, how do they catch you, right? But all the stores that were selling them had to unload their wares. Most were coming from China. They're not allowed to do that anymore. And that's actually what happened, right? We used to have like none. It was a few people bringing them in their luggage from the U.S. and they're like, whatever. But then the Chinese stores started shipping them in, and they're like, okay, no. You're right. We went from 100 in the country to 100,000 in the country, like in a month, and they're like, no. Not going to happen. Guchu says, most Nicaraguans don't know much about the culture and festivals of a town that is 50 kilometers away. That's very true. And there is some interesting stuff here in the country, like the Bull Penis Whipping Festival that you would never guess, right? And it's really interesting and so different than other places. And you know, so many small towns, so much culture. And one of the things that makes Nicaragua and lots of countries like this really great is that isolation. Not for the Nicaraguans necessarily, but for those of us who do go around and experience things. Every town has their history, their culture, their festivals, their traditions for things. And so going to different towns, you get some really cool, pretty serious variety. Not so much in food, but in other things. And so, like that whipping festival where you go around on the street of this small town near Laguna de Apoyo, and they have these, maybe meter long whips. And they literally attack each other on the street, and the whole town is out there, and there's rules of engagement, and there's medical standing by, and people getting hurt. I mean, hurt bad, blood everywhere. People with their shirts off, and just they look like they've been whipped in some like old movie. Like, it's unreal. And you're like, oh, a bunch of teenage boys doing this? No. We're talking about old guys. We're talking about housewives. Everybody, right? You see a couple women run out there and just start whacking the crap out of each other. Now, the men don't hit the women. The women hit like it is segregated in that way. But other than that, like, just the level of violence and the amount that it's like this huge thing. And it's like, ooh, does the church know about this? The whole thing starts directly in front of the church. And you got like 8-year-old, 10-year-old kids with smaller whips knocking each other around right in the churchyard as they like prepare for later in life. And you're not supposed to scar people's faces. No, you don't want to take an eye out, but you're supposed to hit them in like the chest and shoulders and back. But dear Lord, what they do, and it makes for some good video, right? But wow, it was something to see for sure. And they do this every year, and people love it, and I cannot believe how few people go to witness this unbelievable event, and how many things like this are in Nicaragua, and you have to know every single village has their own thing, because only one village does this, but it's such a big event. And so John Doe just said the what whipping festival? Yes, bull penises. So they take the bull penis and they dry it into a whip, and like there's some process, and so they're pretty hefty, right? It's like a solid tree branch, but it's like leather, and they put handles on them, and they do put a little guard so your hand doesn't quite get hit all the time, and just wow. Was it because of plastic waste or health or both? Generally not because of plastic waste. They do try to minimize that, but they don't normally outlaw things for that. It's more that, so coming from other places, it seems like, aren't vapes useful for here? There was no vape culture, but foreigners alone, no Nicaraguans, just foreigners were bringing in vapes and making it seem cool to Nicaraguan kids. So Nicaraguan teenagers were getting hooked on vapes who weren't interested in smoking because they were emulating expats. And so they didn't want expats creating a tobacco addiction pandemic across the country, especially as vapes aren't made here, right? None are made here. So it's not like cigarettes where you're like, well, at least they're made here, right? Which is still terrible, but at least they're local. So it's helping the economy or whatever, and they can tax it or something. But the vapes are mostly being snuck in, and they're all from foreign. And once you're hooked on it, it's not just the vape device; it's the fluid, like everything, right? So it was all the damage of tobacco normally with a much higher uptake rate and this whole new addiction vector that didn't exist before. It's kind of like actual, we always were told in the US, watch out for peer pressure with drugs. And you're like, are you serious? No one gets peer pressured into drugs. What are you talking about? But this was actually kind of a peer or non-peer pressure, even worse, into tobacco. So it's unfortunate for people who are coming from cigarettes and using vapes to minimize the risk or whatever, minimize their addiction. But for locals, which is the only thing the government cares about, right? Expats are on their own, right? If you get addicted to something, tough, right? They're not going to make you addicted, but they're not going to spend, national resources to keep you from getting addicted. But once you start addicting Nicaraguans, now you got a problem. Right, now you're damaging the country. That money is flowing out of the country. That addiction is affecting the people they're here to protect and so forth. So now they're going to take action. That's really what we see happening. So, and there's a lot of expats that are like, well, what are we supposed to do? And the answer is, it's not their problem, right? It's there's this often feeling of, but don't we get considered? And the answer is no, right? We don't get considered, right? It's not our country. The goal of the government is not to make it great for expats. It's to make it great for Nicaraguans. That is their job, and that's what they focus on. That's what they should be doing. So that part's fantastic, right, to see that happen. But it does mean that as an expat, we end up being left in the things that might matter to us may not get any weight. If it's not damaging the country, then certainly it gets considered. But if it's damaging the country, our needs are not considered or not weighed in any serious way compared to the needs of the population that the government is tasked with protecting. All right, ZZ says The Purge. It is like The Purge. It is such a wild event. And seriously, given what you know it is, how is everyone not going to this? I went with just Marcella and another friend maybe 2 years ago. And we had so much fun. We filmed it, and it was honestly really fun to watch. And just... It's crazy violent, but everyone volunteers, right? If you don't have a whip in your hand, you're not going to get whipped. It's not like that. But people lose control. There has to be there's people who pull you off, and there's rules of how to disengage and all kinds of stuff because it can get. The amount of pain that people are in creates a potential violent response, and people start to lose their minds from how much pain they're in. So because they have a weapon in their hand and people are just going at it, it's wow, is it something? Gucci Gucci says, my best friend is from a town that is about 30 kilometers from San Juan del Oriente and has never heard of it. He's never heard of the town, or he's never heard of the festival? I assume you mean the festival. So San Juan del Oriente is where this happens, right? It's something. It's one village outside of, oh my gosh, Catarina. Also, the expats, Gucci says, also the expats were bringing in a lot of marijuana vapes as well. That is true. Marijuana is illegal here, and anything that's used as a vector for smuggling, of course, is going to be under scrutiny or risk being eliminated. So that's easily a major factor as well. Definitely want to keep the smuggling down. Boy, we got some loud birds out there. Can you guys hear them? I don't know why. I guess we're early. No, it's 6 o'clock here, so Not like we're early for to suddenly hear birds. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you're near? You're only 1 hour ahead of Oregon. That is true. We are currently, because Oregon is currently on Mountain Time, Mountain Standard, and we're on Central. This time of year, we're only an hour apart. Once Oregon goes back to Pacific Standard, then we'll be 2 hours. But that's only for about a third of the year. ZZ, I always hear the mourning doves in your videos. We have them here too. And the owls are back in our pine trees. We have a few owls. I don't hear them too often. But we do have owls. Once in a while, we'll hear them. What's really funny is late at night, I never do my videos this late, but about 1 o'clock in the morning, I often feed the cats because we've got outdoor cats, 6 at this point. Crueler, the mom, the dad that we haven't named, we never really see him. 3 identical tabbies, and then 1 black kitten. But when I go out to feed them about 1 o'clock in the morning, I often will go out and hear the lion at the zoo roaring, which is really funny that we just have the regular sound of a roaring lion around here. I have a puppy on my feet. He's keeping my feet warm. And by puppy, I mean the huge dog. Yeah, the festival. Oh, yes. I want to go to the festival. That is Into the Woods. How do the Bulls feel about all of that? I don't think they like it, honestly. I'm going to go with not their thing. It's such a wild event. Like, it's crazy. I really need some food, but then it takes time to eat. It doesn't really work well. Sorry, just answering something. How do the Bulls? When does that happen? Gooch Gooch says June 24th. That's coming up soon. I have to be there for that. You do. I hope I can get out. I think I might be able to get out and film that again. That was fun. It's 2 a.m. here. Time to get some sleep. Good night. Thank you for the nice chat. Doodlemax, have a good night. Thanks for coming on. Gigi Gabriella says, has the prices gone up since your last year's video where you went over your cost? Overall, no. Prices are very similar to last year. Food has gone up just slightly. Housing has gone down just slightly. Most everything has stayed flat. Public transportation hasn't changed. I think minimum wage has gone up a few dollars, but overall cost of living is very flat here. Even gas has not changed in a year, which technically means it's going down just slightly. So, yeah, we're holding really steady. Also, how much money would a family of 6 need to bring to be okay to get settled in Nicaragua to keep up a similar lifestyle? Well, that would depend. What is the lifestyle in where you're coming from? At what budget is kind of the starting point. CZ says, I might be there for that. I am aiming for end of June. Oh, cool. Yeah, you might make it. Brent is here. Hola, hola. We have a good number of people on. This is very nice. Brent, when are you getting back down here? May. Oh, that's like tomorrow. Awesome. Brian Watson says, hey, it's Souter? Where? Where's Souter? Oh, it's his birthday. It's his birthday. Awesome. He has been on the live stream, but not for a really long time. Gigi says, I live like in the Hunters Creek area of Orlando, Florida, if you want to search it up, and I make like $50,000 as a single mom, just on one income now after separating from my husband. So in general, so things that'll change is you'll be tax-free here because whatever money you're bringing in, if you have any salary, will be coming in from abroad. So that's tax-free. And generally the rule of thumb is money goes about 3 times as far. Now, obviously everything's different. So what does that even mean? It's very hard to do comparisons, right? So can you get an affordable place at much less than you would in the US? Yes, so much less. But will it be the same place? No, it'll be very different. And things that throw people off include, well, I want a hot water tank and carpeting. Well, those are things you can't get. Can't. They're not options. But I'll pay $5,000 a month. You still can't get them, right? They're out of the question. So you have to adapt to what is available, right? Style of housing is going to change. Amenities will change. What is considered normal, what is considered exotic, those things all change. So that's slightly different. So people who are trying to do an exact comparison, well, this is the style apartment I had in the U.S., what does this cost in Nicaragua? Those numbers get big. But if you're trying to do here's what middle class was like in the U.S., what can I afford in Nicaragua? Well, then middle class is right this much a month. Now, for a family of 6, obviously you're going to be looking for a bigger home. That's getting into a range where it's harder to find houses for that size. But obviously that's true anywhere. But getting like a 3-bedroom, you could get that in the 300s, 400s. Without too much of a problem. You might be able to find it in the 200s. Something that people might do creatively here, right? Think creatively. You might get two houses side by side and get them much cheaper, right? $300 and have 2 side by side, and you might be like, well, that actually works really well. We've talked about potentially doing that for things just because it makes potentially life so much easier, right? So, sorry, I have so many messages coming in. So very likely, I'm going to say 3 at that range coming from Orlando, a 3-to-1 is not likely, but you can probably pull off an equivalent lifestyle to what you have, a roughly equivalent lifestyle, for between 25 and 30,000, right? Doubling it is going to be tough, especially because a big percentage of that is going to be food. So those things, they're going to be cheaper here, but they're not going to be half, and they're certainly not going to be a third, right? And there's the risk that your kids are going to really, really, really want food from back home. That could actually be more expensive if you're not careful. So it's important to make sure that you're working with your food plans and such to keep costs down. But your housing is definitely going to be far less. Your transportation is going to be far less. Your activities are going to be far less, but your activities are going to be a lot more limited. But being able to go to the beach and stuff like that, or go into the mountains, to travel around a new country, you will have a lot to do, right? Schooling generally going to be a lot less here, and so forth. So probably 25 to 30,000, which is very much kind of minimum wage range in the U.S. I mean, that's half what you're earning now. If you were able to keep the 50,000, you'll be living so well here. You'll be like, whatever, like this is just great. Yeah, Gooch carpet would be so terrible. Would a house be that cheap to rent even if it's completely closed? Because I don't want an older Nicaraguan-style home that are open because I hate bugs coming in. Also, the AC creeping out. So closed-in places do typically get more expensive. However, most of the cheap places that we talk about are closed, right? Not the super cheap, not the like $80 a month places. But when we're talking about like $130, $150, pretty typically when I had an apartment at $180, those are closed off, right? They may not be really well sealed like this one. Like I have a much nicer house here. Like this is not a $180 house. But like the windows behind me, they use the glass slats because Nicaraguans aren't concerned about the slats. Now there's a screen there, so no bugs getting in. This one's screened, most are not. But to make the AC work better, because screens obviously don't keep the AC out, we put our own plastic over the windows, and that's a big piece of lowering the AC cost. Nicaraguans are terrible at understanding air pressure and stuff with AC units, like, my gosh. So there's things you can do like that. They're pretty simple to seal up. Like the apartment that I had, you could do the same thing. Put some, if this was a bedroom instead of an office, I would suggest like nice curtains that actually make it dark, that give you a little bit of insulation. That's going to go a long way with the AC. Again, things that Nicaraguans aren't going to think about because they're not used to insulating. They're used to airflow, right? Nicaraguans traditionally, and by traditionally I mean 99% of Nicaraguans, do their cooling by increasing airflow and darkness, right? Less sunlight, more air means cooler, but you can only go so far. North Americans tend to, and it comes from having different climates in general, we tend to focus on cooling systems and artificial light. And so we like things that are bright and sealed, and Nicaraguans like things that are dark and not sealed. So that's a huge shift. But most modern houses, most recently constructed houses, don't do the old completely open thing, but they don't seal well. So a little bit of work on your side to seal them generally goes a long way. And so, like, I had an apartment, often it would have a ceiling tile missing. Well, make sure that doesn't happen, right? If Nicaraguans are like, whatever, it doesn't even matter. But an American would be like, oh, no, that's leaking the air conditioning. Let's make sure we got something there, and then that'll take care of that. So generally very easy to do and very affordable. Now, are you going to get a $200 house for a family of 6? No, that's not reasonable. But for a family of 3, yeah, very reasonable. So that gives you a little bit of something to work with. Obviously, cooking at home goes a long way. And if you eat like street food here, which is often quite good, but not a lot of variety, that can be very cheap as well. Hamburgers, hot dogs, roast chicken, asada, all that kind of stuff. Very available. Loads of eggs and cheese and rice and beans out on the street, super cheap. Potatoes quite often. Going to restaurants, that's where it'll add up. Not that restaurants aren't pretty affordable here, but they're more expensive than as a ratio compared to other things. Silver says, great advice, Scott. You're welcome. Now, finding a house for 6 kids, we've seen that. So houses that I've seen, like here in Leon, pushing around 700, right, to have enough bedrooms to probably be comfortable for that. But that's with a pool, big driveway, big yard, really nice spot that a lot of people have talked about that's pretty desirable. Can you get cheaper? Absolutely, right, but it's going to be a lot harder. Right, you're going to be looking in the barrios and stuff, trying to figure things out. She says, thank you. What's the best way and most affordable way to have a vehicle or get a personal driver, etc.? Also, did you go through a company to get a housekeeper? I'm excited about those luxuries at Carne Asada. So we did not use an agency to have a housekeeper. We just had our lawyer do everything, like write up contracts and stuff, and often she would find people for us, but we hire them directly, so that's been very affordable. Now our housekeeper is an ex-employee that used to manage one of our properties at the beach. We brought her in to run the house, and so that's a little bit different situation because we've known her for forever, so it's a lot easier. We just knew her from life here, but we've had many housekeepers before her. The only ones that we kept for a long time are ones that had worked for us previously, and we were like, oh, you worked for us in our hospitality, would you like to come work at our house? Other than that, everyone we've had pretty high turnover. At least one left because they wanted to go become a lawyer, so they were going to university for their law degree, so housekeeping was not not easy to do while doing that. I can't remember why some left. We moved. I feel like we switched housekeepers when we moved towns, but I don't really remember. But mostly we've gone through our lawyer for that stuff to make things easy, and it has been easy. And it's quite a luxury to be able to have. It's really nice. Hard to imagine now not having one. My gosh, that would be terrible. Not having a housekeeper because it's so dusty here. You clean just constantly. Gooch says, Scott, you are definitely correct. I met a person who was having a lot of their food shipped in from the U.S. I thought they were crazy. Oh my gosh, the things that people will do bringing in foreign food, like I get it. Like if you have tons of money and that's what you want, hey, whatever floats your boat. But holy cow, I'm going to live in Nicaragua and not eat Nicaraguan. I bet there's a better option for you. I'm not saying there is, but there's a really good chance. Gigi says, I pay $2,300 in rent now, so $700 would be really nice. Yeah, you'll notice that. Noel says, hi, Scott. A lot of people are trying to do shows about Nicaragua and everything is wrong. Flag, map, history, they mess up everything. They're saying what no one tells about Nicaragua is so funny. Yeah, and none of them have ever been here, of course, right? Gigi says, do you participate in La Griteria? Does your neighborhood do it? Well, every neighborhood does it. I do not. It's a religious procession, so I don't really get in and do those things. I try to film it and that kind of stuff, but I don't, leave it for the churches to do. How much should I save to go there with to get settled, like a safe range? Well, my dad says calling it a night, really tired. Have a great weekend. Night, Dad. Love you. And I'll be seeing my dad in 1 month, hopefully, if there's still flights. So how much should you save to be here and be settled? Well, that depends a lot, right? So if I was, are you keeping your job? If you're keeping your job, don't save anything. Get here now. Just get in a plane. So it depends that much, right? Like there's going to be this question from your side. What do you need to be able to do it? Because so let's just say you're able to keep your job and you're at 50K, which is fantastic, right? I'm understanding probably that's not what you're doing, but if you're able to, right, then buy the tickets ahead of time so those are paid, and then end your expenses in the U.S. or wherever you are. Oh, Florida, yeah, U.S. And so I've done this to Europe, right? I've lived in places in Europe that are very affordable, like Romania and Ukraine, right? And in moving to Romania, we didn't have to save anything. We lowered our expenses in Situo so dramatically that the 1 month rubber banding effect, right? You have a credit card, you pay your bills, you get your paycheck, or whatever, it's moving back and forth. Within that normal window of paying our bills, we were able to lower our cost, even after getting a new apartment and a house that we rented and everything. And so for us, we never needed extra money. And during the time we lived in Romania, we actually lowered our expenses. So our total life in Romania, even though we rented a car the whole time we lived there, like we just did a long-term rental. We're like, we don't want to own a car. We're we don't have the visas. We don't have the paperwork for that. We don't want to deal with it. So we just permanently rented a car, permanently rented a house, did everything on long-term rental. And even with that, renting furniture, we didn't buy furniture. We still saved money. Not much, right? But we were cheaper than if we hadn't moved. So we never needed to save up anything. Now, when we lived in Spain, we did. When we lived in Italy, we did. They were a little bit more expensive, everything included. But with Nicaragua, coming from Orlando, you may actually not need to save anything at all, and be able to come and find that you're able to do everything within your monthly budget. You may get hit with a few things that are a little bit tough, right? Oh, that first month you need to pay the first month's rent and the deposit. Oh no, it's $1,400 instead of $700. Well, you're still $1,000 less than you were. Okay, and food, you're still going to be spending more than you probably need to because you haven't figured out all the food stuff yet. Okay, but are you eating more expensively than you were now or less? These may be savings. To us, it might be like, whoa, your housing is so expensive. But to you, it's like, well, okay, it's so expensive, but it's still $1,000 less than I've been paying. And what about the food? Oh, it's so expensive. Oh, but it's still $100 less than I was paying. Oh, okay. And transportation, what are you paying now, right? Well, maybe let's just say it's break even, right? Okay, but all of that was saving. The only thing you have to do is buy the tickets. So if you buy the tickets and have them paid off ahead of time, easily, I don't mean like maybe, I mean like pretty likely, unless you're doing something crazy, you may save money arriving here. Now, that said, you're not going to jump into a nice house rental like that on day one. So that's where it becomes a look at Airbnb and figure out what that price is going to be. But Airbnb, you don't have that deposit. So that may buffer some of it as well. Even though you're paying a lot more, you're not putting in the deposit right away. So that's, I'm really bad at planning, right? So this is not an area that I'm great at budgeting. It would be great if my wife was here. She'd be like, well, you haven't thought of this, you haven't thought of that. Here's all the numbers you need to have. That's her specialty. You said, keeping my job, but I don't know if my paycheck will be enough to be okay there. But whatever you're earning, like you're going to, if you can survive in the U.S. on your paycheck, then you can do really well here on that same paycheck, right? So the rule of thumb is your money goes 3 times as far. It's probably not quite that dramatic at that income range coming from Florida, but it's still, it's going to feel like you just won the lotto. Like your money is going to be so much more powerful, right? So, I mean, there might be a little bit of transition time. Let's be honest. Like, are you going to save all the money instantly? No, probably not. But Nicaragua is wildly cheaper. Like, we're the cheapest, more or less. I've seen a few places that are claiming Paraguay is cheaper, which is reasonable. But none of those places agree on other costs of other places. No one really knows. We're in the ridiculously cheap category of this is as cheap as you can get for living in the Western Hemisphere. So whatever you're living on somewhere else, it will get better being here. It will not get more expensive. So if you keep your job, you're set, right? And it's not just that everything gets cheaper. At $50K, you may have some taxes that you have to pay. Those will go away, right? Florida's a non-income tax state, and the United States does not tax you on $50,000 when you live abroad. So even if you're only paying $100 in taxes a year, that's $100 you don't have to pay anymore. Given how many dependents you have, that's going to be pretty minor, but it is there. Gigi says, well, because I've been seeing that renting a car is expensive, like $900 a month, so just don't, right? Just don't rent a car. That's an expense you don't need to have. But yeah, you're making a lot of sense. Thanks for breaking it down. How would I use my money there? No credit card, only bank card. Well, one, get a credit card, right? Always have a credit card. This is just general safety. Like even in the U.S., you should always have a credit card, but traveling abroad, you should definitely have a credit card. Make sure it's an international traveler's card. You want to use that at every restaurant, anything like that, because that's going to give you money back. Don't give up that money back. Don't throw that money away, right? That is your money that you should be claiming. So get a Capital One or a Chase Sapphire card, one of those really good international cards. It's a lifesaver. And then for your, you can use your bank card. You can't use a bank card. You have to have a debit card. Bank cards are limited to the country you're in, right? We've had people try to do that. These are general banking things all American adults should be ready for. Always have a credit card and be prepared to use it. It is your protection for a bunch of things. And never have a bank card, always a debit card, right? They are different. Bank cards you can only use on your bank's ATMs. Debit cards work everywhere in the world. So make sure you do that. And then all you have to do is go to any ATM and take out your money. Is it the best way? Not necessarily, but generally it's pretty good. Right? But you don't want to work with cash when you don't need to. You want to work with a credit card whenever you can. That is your safety, right? And your money back. So that's important. You get your best exchange rates and all that. $900 a month is only $30 a day, right? So that's a really low cost rental. The thing is that Tony points out that the Amazon's credit card is an international as well. There are many, right? The Discover card is international. American Express is international. You have to have American Express to use PriceSmart without cash. So you definitely want to have an American Express. My recommendation always, have an international Visa, an international MasterCard, an international Discover, and an international American Express. The last two are always international. 4 international cards, that is the rule. Unless you can't, make sure you have them. And get them as soon as you can, right? Get that in motion. Every single person should always have them. Doesn't mean you use them. You should always have them. Plus, you should always have a debit card, and we always recommend a backup debit card just in case. So it's a lot, right? But these are good way to do things. And I do have some videos on credit cards to specifically go over this, and some for like providing strategy as to how to pick some credit cards. So I'm not the expert in that area, but definitely having the four is a really big deal. Gooch Gooch, he means car insurance. We do have that here. That is required here. Uh, uh, yeah, normally Bank of America gives debit cards. I've never seen a Bank of America bank card. Um, but be careful because those terms mean two very different things. A debit card is not a bank card. A bank card is not a debit card. So they're. I work in finance. Here in the region, debit cards are rare. We use bank cards all the time, and they're quite different things. They work differently in the machines. They have different coding on them. Like they're actually physically different devices. So they are not interchangeable words. So $900 for a car, right? That does not make sense. If you were here for 2 weeks and you were going to rent a car and it was going to cost that $30 a day, sure, you could make an argument for that without a problem. But $900 a month to have a car, that's a lot of money, right? Considering, for I don't know. Well, 20,000 will buy you a brand new car. Not for a family of six. That's a little bit tough. But you can get a prepaid card like Wise or something similar as well. That would be a good backup card if you have a debit card and one of those. We use I have a credit union that we use one, and then we have Wells Fargo for our second debit card, and then we have the four credit cards. And then we actually have some extra credit cards just because they linger around sometimes. Yeah, so if you were renting a car here in country, we get them for way cheaper. We get them more like 300, 400 a month, but it's still pretty high, right? That's a lot of money when 20,000 will get you a brand new car. So consider, right? There's no way to get credit here, so everything's going to be purchasing new. So those are things to save up for if you're going to want it. But also ask yourself, do you need a car? Cars are not a normal thing here. Right now, I'm not saying that at 50,000 a year you're not in a position to, experience the lap of luxury. You are. You could be looking at very luxurious options, and having a car is reasonably one of them. However, coming down and immediately renting a car is not something most of us would do. That's look. I got loads of money, so it doesn't matter. Sure. Right. There's nothing bad about it, right? I don't want to give that impression. It's just you have to put it in perspective. If you're going to move into a city here, one, are you really going to drive? We recommend heavily that you don't drive until you've been here for a while and have settled in. And then when you have a really good understanding of what driving is like here, make decisions about driving. What are your plans with a car, right? We don't know why you need it. Are you planning on getting a homestead in the middle of nowhere and you need to go into town all the time to deal with stuff? Well, yeah, you might need a car for something. In which case, you don't ever want to get into that renting situation, right? Because the more you rent, the harder it will be to buy a car. You want to save up and buy a car immediately because it's going to start saving you money on day one, right? So think about 900 a month on 12 months is over $10,000 per year, right? Every year, which means you've bought a brand new car in 2 years. You bought a brand new luxury SUV in under 3 years, right? So that's if you bought that early, right? Now, sure, you have to take care of your own maintenance, but if you're buying new, right, they'll be under warranty for a few years. So you'll have all that taken out, will be included. If you're buying new, you're going to get better gas mileage, right? If you're paying for your own insurance, that'll be lower. My insurance, I don't know what my insurance is. I don't know, it's like $100 a year or something. It's ridiculously low. So it's having a car is generally not needed, right? There's just, I guess I just figured since I have a big family, public transportation might be harder, especially because two of my kids are 2 and 4. I'd use it to explore and go places. I'm used to that in Florida because you need one. Right. So this is one of those things that coming from the U.S., we have these expectations like hot water tanks, right? Someone on last night's show was like, I must have a house with a hot water tank. We're all like, guy, like that's not possible, right? The houses aren't plumbed for it. If you got a hot water tank, where are you going to put it? Right? There's no place to put it. There's nothing to hook it up to. It just doesn't make sense. Having a large family does make having a car make more sense than if you had a small family, right? If it was just you, there'd be no sense having a car under normal circumstances. But right during your move, are you really thinking $900 a month so that I can easily explore, right? Maybe that makes sense, but that's a huge percentage of your income, right? You're talking about taking 20% of your income and making it car rental. Most Nicaraguans would be like, wow, right? Because you can walk places if you're going to live in the city. Get out and get some exercise. If you need to take a taxi, yeah, that will add up. But do you travel every day? Nicaraguans tend to, right? Every day. Where am I going today? Where am I going today? Where am I going today? They can't stand being at home. It's just a lifestyle thing. But if you are, yeah, but compared to renting in the United States, right? It would cost over $1,000 a month to rent a car in the U.S. $30 a day after the insurance. I've never been able to rent that cheaply in the U.S. So, and there's no discount on cars here, right? We have to ship in our cars. It's not like we build them here. So we don't have a Nicaraguan discount on cars. We do get cars at lower cost than the United States does. But typically people who are renting cars don't want those. They want American brands because it's Americans who rent cars. Nicaraguans, it would never occur to them to rent a car under normal circumstances. So if you think about the lifestyle here, let's just, so we don't know where you're going to live. We don't know what you're planning on doing. So the more you can give us, the more we can kind of hypothesize. Let's say you're going to live in Managua. That's reasonable. Family of 6 living in Managua. So let's say that, you get a decent house, you have enough space, you get, what are your kids going to do? I assume probably going to homeschool. Are you looking for private schools? What are your plans there? So let's start with what are you planning on doing with the car, right? On a daily basis, what does your normal week of using the car look like? What are your plans there? That's the starting point. And that includes like, where do you think you're going to live? And I know you don't have the answers yet, right? So we're trying to create a framework of understanding. Gigi says, I think I'd like Managua, like Santo Domingo, Las Colinas. Okay, so importantly, though, your rents are going to be super high. You're talking about the Beverly Hills of Nicaragua. So I'm not saying that they are expensive, but you are talking about, as soon as you say Florida, this is above Florida as a state in the Nicaraguan context. Only like New York, Pennsylvania, and California have the equivalent real estate to the places you're mentioning. You're talking about the absolute most expensive 2 zip codes, basically, in the entire country. So when we talk about cheap, they are still cheap. But think about renting in downtown Manhattan and then being told the equivalent in Nicaragua is a lot cheaper. It is a lot cheaper, but it's still, you could be hitting $10,000 a month. Right. So, mostly you're not, right? A few thousand. But when I rent in Managua, I'm paying $120 a night for an apartment, right? And that's a 2-bedroom apartment, not very big. A taxi is like $1 or $2. But we want to be really realistic about your housing prices. When we're talking these numbers, we're talking in the country, not in these isolated, super luxury, high-end places. So it's really important to frame these. It's also the food in those areas going to be a lot more expensive, right? When I go out to get a meal here, I might spend $6 or $7. When I go out in Santo Domingo, I might be spending $30, right? So all your numbers are changing. Still cheaper than the U.S., but a lot closer. These are places that nearly, right? So I don't know what the population. Anybody know what the population of Las Colinas is? It's probably under 3,000, right? It might be under 2,000. In a country of 7 million, this is the top 0.001%, and most of them are expats. They're great areas, right? If I had the money and was going to spend it in Managua, I would want to be in Las Colinas, absolutely. But it's like saying, if I'm going to go to the U.S., where do I want to be? Well, Beverly Hills sounds nice, but so does Malibu, right? Like, okay, I'm going to go to the Hamptons. That's really the kind of thing. Now, we've got people in the community who live in some of those places, or in Aurora, in Villa Fontana, the others that are like that. But importantly, these are places with, let's go to the map, because I want to show how tiny some of these spots are. This isn't like a city, right? It's not like saying Leon or Matagalpa, where you have a whole range. And even, well, Leon does not have anything that gets into the millions, but Matagalpa does. But okay, so this is Managua, right? This big area. And then when we zoom in, Las Colinas is way out here. So we're not in the dense center. Las Colinas is this little bit right here. And when I say it might have 3,000 people, I think that's way off. I think it's much more like 300 people, maybe 500 people, but it's just this little area. So, I mean, you can count the houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And at most, 50% of these houses have people in them. The other 50% are businesses. So even though you see all these houses, a lot of these are embassies, academies. Like, this is the Costa Rican embassy, the Spanish embassies in this neighborhood, the Russian embassies in this neighborhood. And then if we do the same and go over to Santo Domingo right here, this is where the Venezuelan embassy is and other things like that, right? Oh, this is the highway, so you don't have houses along the highway. The Guatemalan embassy's right up here. Important universities are here, and schools, hotels, restaurants. These are very dense areas with very, very high-end amenities. So they're fantastic, absolutely fantastic. But these are hilly areas, so they don't have dense houses. Most of the houses are mansions. And when you get gated communities, these are very high-end apartments or rental houses or whatever. What's this one? I don't know this one. Las Sierritas. Oh, interesting. Let's see if can we get pictures so we have an idea. Something. Oh, that's fuzzy. All right. Not great pictures. That was like garages. Maybe these aren't finished being built yet. No. Oh, yeah, that's a style you don't normally get in a house. They have a lot of pictures. No one has moved in. Which a lot of these are like that, right? No one has moved in. Okay. So anyway, so we're talking about an area that only has a handful of house options. And so in a country of 7 million, right, to be in the top 300 or top 1,000, yeah, even here it's going to get expensive. And if you were to do the equivalent in Guatemala, the top end houses in Guatemala are many millions of dollars. If you're in places like Cajala, right, they make these places look ridiculously poor. Yeah, so all of our pricing completely out the window. $50,000 a year is not enough to be living there as a single person. I can't imagine. Maybe someone who's lived there can give us a breakdown. I have friends who have lived in Las Colinas, but considering it from what you could get today to be able to have that many people living there and eating there, I mean, that's going to add up a lot. And yeah, you probably would want a car there because no one lives in those communities without having cars, because most people who are living there are on much higher incomes. So normally, right, if you were living like in Leon or something, being able to to travel into the city. So from here, let's say I was going to take public transportation. I can take the bus from here to downtown for 12 cents. So even with a family of six, that's still less than $1, right, to go all the way downtown, and then less than $1 to come all the way back. And in a pinch, I can do the walk. It's very long. I wouldn't do it with kids, but I can when I have to. There's a... and are you doing that every day? Right? Yeah, with lots of kids, you're probably going to want to go places from time to time. When you need to rent a car, a driver for an entire day, you're going to pay extra because you have so many people in some cases, especially because the driver will be extra. But if you're doing the driving, you have to deal with all the headache of driving. You have to worry about navigation. You have to take care of the kids while driving. I'm sure you have older kids that can take care of younger kids or whatever. I'm sure it's not a big deal, but things to consider. So when we first moved, yeah, we hired a driver a lot more often because we were figuring things out. But once we got living here, the amount of times that we would go somewhere, especially if we lived in Managua, basically never need to hire a driver. It would be for like a weekend trip. Oh, we're going to Matagalpa, let's hire a driver. Okay, you might spend $150 to hire a driver for a day. All right, but how many trips are you doing like that in a month where you're going and putting everyone up in a hotel and stuff like that? Is right? Like, you have a lot of kids. That's a big thing to do. So probably not doing that every weekend, in which case you could have a driver take you somewhere, spend the weekend, and have a driver come bring you back, often maybe $300 tops for the whole thing, right? You'd get to know a driver and deal with that. And that's probably reasonable if you don't take public transportation. But if you were to take public transportation, let's just say you're living in Managua and you decide you want to come and visit Leon, you want to visit Granada, you want to visit Masaya, you want to visit Rivas, you want to visit Matagalpa, Esteli. You're looking at either the UCA buses, the interlocales, or the locals, the chicken buses. You're looking at taking the entire family for maybe under $20, right? So sure, there's going to be some taxis. Let's say it's like $30, right? Let's add in taxis on both ends. That's one direction, but you could go for the entire weekend or a whole week to Leon for $30 one way, $30 back. I mean, let's say you did that twice in a month. That's only $120, not anywhere close to $900, and you don't have to do the driving, right? You have all that taken care of for you, and you might even end up cheaper than that. And if you don't do any extra travel, you don't pay for it. If you do extra travel, of course it would add up, but you'd have to travel a lot to come anywhere close to that 900. Because even if you do go to Leon, or you got to drive around all the time, no, you're going to stay somewhere near your hotel, go to restaurants, go to the cathedral, do activities and so forth. And a lot of times activities come with shuttles. Tim in Nicaragua mentions that you can buy a new motorcycle for under $1,000, which is super useful if you don't have a bunch of kids to bring with you. Managua has a lot of benefits. Lots of Managua is nice, but Managua, if you're looking for nice in Managua, it's going to be more expensive than other cities, right? It is the capital, but it has more access to things, so it's a trade-off. Someone who lives in Managua will have a lot more insight. Most, I think, people who are looking for value in Managua end up living all over the city or outside the city, right? Especially if you're not working in downtown, you don't want to necessarily be paying the premium for living in there. Not that it's a big premium, but it is noticeable, right? I have friends who live down there and live in Los Robles, which is a beautiful area I really like, and they find it perfectly affordable, but it's on the high end, right? They have good Nicaraguan jobs and are paying extra for that. People who are looking to be more cost conscious are generally in places outside the city, right? Let's go back to that map and take a look. So did that work? No. Did that work? No. There we go. Okay. I didn't realize I was sharing it in that way. I thought it would magically go to this. There we go. Don't need that. Okay. So basically anything in this zone, right? Very lightly populated, very, very expensive. The hills make it expensive. The access to things make it expensive. Same thing you're going to find in this area right here. Actually, a little bit farther. This area right here. Oh, no, I'm going too far, aren't I? Anyway, this area for sure. No. I was right. This area all the way down there. This gets very expensive. But you notice you're very outside the city. There's very few options. The mountains close you in. All of this is going to be affordable, right? But not these really isolated communities. But then out here, all of this is Ciudad Sandino, going to be very affordable. Brasiles, going to be affordable. Doral, affordable. Momotumbo, affordable. Matare, affordable. All of this, right? So you have this huge area. This is hundreds of thousands of people out there, right? Not thousands of people like here. All of this is affordable. I don't know if it's nice. I never spent time in Tipitapa. But back when I first lived here, this was not nice. Now it might be okay. So you have, this is where all the people are. So affordable is going to be all through here. You're going to find things that are good and bad. There's some rough neighborhoods, and especially as you get out here, the neighborhoods get a lot rougher. Famously, Villa Libertad, this is a really rough area. Guadalupe, Venezuela, famous for how rough it is. I don't mind these areas at all. Montenegro, Mayorio, this is where the big bus terminal is that Bryce was looking for recently. Milagro, right? And then suddenly it hits the really expensive. You can kind of see a line there. So it's going to be a search, right, to try to find neighborhoods that you like, but I'm afraid that the looking for a most expensive property in the country and looking for it on budget is a very difficult combination. Now you may be able to find something kind of affordable up there. It's going to be difficult. For sure. Silver says the Galleria Mall is very nice, which is in Santo Domingo. It's one of the reasons that we stay up there. And now, certainly, I rent an apartment up there. I mean, per day, like Airbnb, not I rent one. And that's like 110 to 120 a night, not included. Like, I never go on the big holiday week when you'd pay like double or anything. I refuse to do that. We stay at home, right, and save that money. But so if you extrapolate that, if it's on Airbnb at $3,500 a month, then chances are if you were to buy one, you could extrapolate how much that would cost. So that's a monthly rent of much more like $1,500. So it's probably $150,000, $200,000 place maybe. But those are right huge leaps compared to what we're talking about, right? So if you're in Leon, new construction is often 25, 30,000. Gooch says Tipitapa is cool. I'll take your word for it. It's been a long time since I spent time there. I drive through it every once in a while, and it doesn't look like it used to. So, having seen the west side gentrify so much, or come up so much, I could see Tipitapa probably doing the same thing. It's just my memory of there is 2015 and being like, okie dokie. This is a rough spot. But skipping having a car, so outside of the big trips, think about during the week, right? On a normal day, are you going to be traveling? No. On a normal day, you're going to stay home, right? You're going to cook at home, do homeschool, watch TV, maybe walk around your neighborhood, sure, right? Get out, do some stuff, go to local restaurants, local bars. That's a thing, right? People take kids to bars here. That's how people live. But are you going to be going out to the Gallerias every day? No, probably not. Are you going to be going to fancy restaurants every day? Probably not. But I'm worried that that's your expectation because you're looking at these neighborhoods. I do find, I need to do a video on this, but I do find that a certain expectation setting with Nicaragua is difficult because we talk about what prices are like here, And we're talking about what's broadly available, what normal prices are like. And there is a really high incidence of people coming and going from, um, living a normal place in the United States and then looking at the absolute extreme high end in Nicaragua, or getting something that's very, very custom built, right? Well, I lived in I'll take my own example, right? I lived in a little, not little, but 1,800 square foot ranch with a nice atrium. We like the place a lot. My kids miss it. In Carrollton, Texas. And we had a little garage and we had a little driveway, and it's just a normal little suburban thing, nothing special whatsoever, small yard. We liked it, right? Not complaining at all. We loved that house. We picked it very carefully. My youngest daughter, or my only daughter at the time, ran in, just fell in love with the house, like, this is the house. And then she was right. It was perfect for us. And my youngest misses it. Of course, her older sister picked it. When we moved from there to here, one of the first things you do, and we priced it out heavily, it's like, okay, now we're not looking at an equivalent house in any way whatsoever. We're looking at moving to the Pacific waterfront. And we're looking at going from a 3-bedroom to a 9-bedroom, which this is what we did, right? We went from a 3-bedroom to a 9-bedroom. We did actually not go up in square footage of the total footprint, but we went from 2-bath to 8-bath. We went from normal kitchen to industrial kitchen. We went from very, very different lifestyles. And it's not like we went from paying one amount in the US to paying so much less in Nicaragua. That's not at all what happened, right? Because we went up so much. So we had actually paid more. But it was way better value. We got so much more for it. Often people make this leap of like, well, I have a little house in the U.S. Nicaragua's cheaper, so a cheap house in the U.S. to the most expensive house in Nicaragua must still be cheaper, right? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You can go to the cheapest country in the world. You can go to a low-cost European country, and that giant castle in town is still super expensive, even if it's not as expensive as that castle would be in the U.S. You couldn't build it in the U.S., right? It would be so expensive that nobody could afford it. This dog wants me to take him out. I'll be right back. I just have to open the door for him before he climbs all over me because I'm wearing my good shirt. Let's take you out. Let's go. Come on, little dog. Oh, you don't have to leave me yet. You can stay. Probably just wants to go. He wants to go see the family. He's not hanging out like you. You're my baby. Yeah. All right. Gigi says, I don't really know about allergies, but my son is very allergic to peanuts, and I was afraid being in Leon would trigger it because I heard there's a lot of peanut trees, and there otherwise I'd go there. Tim says peanuts grow on the ground. They're like, they look like potatoes, right? They do grow a lot of peanuts here, but I'm not sure where. There's lots of almond trees in Nicaragua. I've never seen the almond trees. Cashew trees everywhere. My house is surrounded by cashew trees. The peanuts are everywhere in the low area. I don't think you're going to run into peanuts in the mountains at all, but down here, like Leon is obviously solid peanuts, so she's correct. They're everywhere, and they're beautiful, right? They're very green, and so you're like, what is all this green everywhere? It's peanuts. But there are just an outrageous number of peanuts. So they are just everywhere. So that's true. They're in the air, I would say. Does Managua have peanuts around it? It's possible on the east side that they might. The south side will not. I don't think the west side does. But the east side does have fields that seem a lot like Leon. And I would not be surprised if they had lots of peanut fields in East Managua near where you're thinking. Not as near, right? Leon is only so big. Gigi says, I don't go out all the time, but I think I'd just go out sometimes, but usually cook food more. So like on the weekends, taking my kids to do something fun, like bowling or a trampoline park or the beach. And I probably go out dancing at night. Of course, you want to go out dancing here. It's a huge thing. It's a thing to do. So a lot of that stuff. So bowling and trampoline parks, they're only in one spot, right? One spot for each. Very small. So But going to the beach, you have a lot of options. Obviously, Leon shines when it comes, as I think Gooch says, Gigi, you might like Leon. It's close to the beach, a larger city. If your kids surf, there is that. Otherwise, it's just swimming. Then you could try out a place on the lake. Lots of choices. It's true, except for the peanut thing. The peanut thing's real, right? We have so many peanuts that might be a factor, or it might be a factor for part of the year. So be careful coming out and visiting and being like, oh, it's not a problem, and then later in the year being like, oh no, what have we done? So make sure you're like during harvest season or something, checking it out if that's a thing you're going to do. So if you're going to be staying home most of the time, right? This is about transportation. Using taxis to get around Managua is super easy, right? With InDrive, often we go all over the city for just a few dollars. If we're going out at night, right? Normally it's multiple people. We might spend, I don't know, 150 is kind of on the high end to go. A lot of places is $5 or $6. Does that add up? Yes, but if you're driving, you can't go drinking, right? So if you're going out dancing, you're doing stuff late at night, right? If you're driving, you're dealing with, oh, I just hit the keyboard. You're dealing with parking, you're dealing with driving and having to, not the last time, but 2 times ago, I drove to Managua. I went through 16 police stops, which for me, no big deal. I'm used to them, right? And it's not like anything happens. But 16, that's nerve-wracking to people who are not used to it. And so is that something you want to be doing right at the beginning? Just nonstop, oh, there's a police stop. Oh, yeah, I forgot the speed limit because it's not posted. You have to know it. Like, it's complicated. It's not a big deal. When you live here and you've been here for a while, it's easy to make informed decisions about that. But right away, it's a lot. But with things like InDrive, you can wait. Like, I'm going to go out dancing. Okay, well, I'm willing to wait an hour to get a much cheaper taxi. Okay, if you were renting a car, you would be forced to pay $30 that day, whether you're going out or not. But if you're taking a taxi, you feel like staying in today, you pay nothing. Going out tomorrow and it's just you, wait for a cheap taxi. Go for $3, right? 100 cord. You taking the whole family? Okay, it's going to cost a bit more. But is it going to hit 30? Unless you're going over 30 sometimes to average 30 every day, like you're pretty safe. There's so much opportunity for keeping the cost down. And then when you get to the point where you're like, okay, I do need a car. I do want to drive. I do have things I plan on doing. Great. Then look at buying instead of renting and get something that fits the family, works really well for you, and overall is going to save you money, right? I'm really glad I managed to get the Cherry Tiggo Hybrid. I get really good gas mileage. That saves me a lot of money because we do a lot of long-distance driving, and our other car is a tiny Suzuki, which goes forever on a tank of gas. And, gas is expensive these days. Even though our gas hasn't gone up, it started higher. So while we're not feeling a change, we still feel the cost of gas in general. Those are not places you want your money bleeding out to under normal circumstances. You may want to drive all over the country. That may just be a thing you want to do, and that makes total sense. You're going to be in a new country. You're going to be excited to explore. Your kids are going to be excited to explore. So consider that. But also consider that public transportation is super cheap. Taxis are not expensive. And you don't travel every day. And the first week, you'll be like, I need to drive everywhere. I got to go see everything. But at some point, you're going to be like, oh, I really want to stay home a bit, right? If I don't have, and when I have a car, everyone asks me to drive them. But when I don't, obviously people don't. And I've gone a month without getting in a car. That's extreme, but that can happen. So, I would say heavily think about those things and gauge that your lifestyle will dictate what makes sense. Tim says there are some almond trees growing at the park in Las Pinitas. Which park? At like the baseball? As you come in. Let's see, what did I skip? Peanuts grow on the ground. Thanks. I get what you're saying about setting expectations. In Nicaragua, may not be as careful with allergens as they are in the U.S. They're unaware of the concept of allergens here. So be super aware. You can say it. They do not understand. You can explain it. That will not change that they do not understand. I have never met a Nicaraguan who understood allergens. it is such an American thing that it's like that people have kind of a reaction to things is like, okay, right? So my wife is allergic. She's not like allergic to peanuts, right? But she has a pretty severe sensitivity to onions and peppers. It's not dangerous like peanuts can be. So we're willing to take risks, and it just makes her sick. But she's highly sensitive to them. And one, everyone uses them. Two, no one knows when they use them. They use them so much that they can't identify when they are or are not used. And three, their idea of not using them still involves using them. Much like getting vegetarian food in a lot of the world, they still add meat. Oh, well, that meat doesn't count, right? Yeah, it does, right? Luckily, that's not normally an allergy. But a lot of these things are, and small amounts could be dangerous. And a lot of times, they do not understand what it means to be allergic to something because they've never had to encounter what people call allergies here are not what Americans call allergies, right? It's sensitivities. And so people just, right? And this is dangerous on the beach because kitchens will put shrimp into things that are not supposed to have shrimp. Just like when I lived in Texas, they would put bacon, no matter what you said, they would add bacon, right? Well, obviously bacon's a vegetable. They would say things like that because I don't know, some personal agenda. Same thing here. They will add shrimp for some reason and be like, what? No one's actually allergic to shellfish. Yeah, they really are. Really, right? It's these are problems. Leon, almond trees. Scott Brooker says, why the big push to an expat in Nicaragua? Lots of options out there, so don't commit until you put in the work and time. I've seen too many failures here, especially those who bought property. Trust me, I don't know, Scott, if you've watched a lot of my videos, I preach, do not purchase so much. I mean, obviously purchase if you've lived here for a long time and know what you're doing. But, oh my gosh, I do not understand. I have zero concept of what would make someone ever want to think about buying in a place they're not living in for a long time. And yet everyone does it. It is so foreign to my brain. I know that it happens. But I've had to memorize that it happens. Right? Like it's a learned thing. Other people are addicted to buying property in places that they have no business buying property. To me, it's terrifying, right? Buying property if you said, let's go buy property in Tanzania this afternoon, I'd be like, I don't know anything about Tanzania. I mean, I know where it is. I know a few things about Tanzania, but I certainly don't know enough to know what town I would want to buy a house in. I don't know what those houses should cost. I don't know what I need to look out for. I've done no research. And I haven't lived there for years. How could I possibly have informed decisions about that? That would sound crazy to me, right? Now, if they were expecting me to do it with someone else's money, sure, let's go. But that would be a fun project. But doing it with my own money, hey, let's go buy you a house for no particular reason in a place you know nothing about, this makes no sense at all whatsoever. And yet, that's what people do. And it's everyone I talk to. And no matter what I say or what we describe, people always come up with an excuse. Well, yeah, but for me, what? I don't know. Gooch says, Scott Brooker, 100%, do a scouting trip or two. It definitely isn't for everyone here. I get people from my own country thinking it's a good idea to move without looking. Most of those people are fleeing is the biggest issue. They aren't thinking. Yeah, even EpiPens are not common in drugstores. A friend of mine was looking for one. Ooh, I never thought about that. But yeah, I would not expect to see an EpiPen here because no one needs them. Obviously, you can probably get them somehow, but not common. Yeah, that's what they refer to as North American diseases. And if you've not watched Allison's journey, who did the videos about her husband being arrested, mostly because she asked for him to be arrested, so that was a personal mistake. But they talk about how she was unable, she got instantly better coming to Nicaragua, that she didn't need the treatments that she had had in North America. And so on one side, what she had was classified as a North American illness. And she got better by not being in North America. That was fantastic. So that's the positive part of her journey. But then when the stress of her husband being in jail and them being scammed by fake lawyers and neighbors, I mean, they're real neighbors, but they were scamming them in other ways, caused so much stress, her North American illness came back. They had no treatment for her here. They were able to do acute emergency treatment, but they didn't have any of the medicines or any of the knowledge of what to do because they said only North Americans get this. We don't have to worry about it in Central America, so nothing's prepared for it. South America doesn't have it. Africa doesn't have it. Europe doesn't really have it. Asia doesn't have it. And they're like, your only options to go back, U.S. and Canada, are the only places equipped for this because these are medical problems created by the food supply in those countries. And so through a chain of unfortunate events, she eventually had to move back to Canada, where it created the problem that she had, but it's also where they had the medical treatment to deal with the problem that they created. It's a truly ridiculous scenario in every possible sense, but it is what it is. And so, such a crazy set of things that people have to deal with. But so those are things to be very aware of, that allergies are going to be a challenge here. Not that people don't want to do good things and help out. It's that they just aren't aware. They don't have the experience to know what to do. They don't have the exposure to those kinds of problems that we think, in most cases, are so normal, so just everyday things. How could someone not? But once you leave North America, it's like, oh, this is actually not something that people are aware of in a great many circumstances. Gigi says, what was it? Oh, no. What was what? Do they sell Zyrtec or things like that there? I think so. Anyone know? Anyone buy Zyrtec or anything like it? I use nothing, which makes it very difficult to answer people. I'm like, I occasionally buy ibuprofen, and Band-Aids. So I'm such a worthless reference for things. Oh, what was the illness? It's not Crohn's, but it's related to Crohn's. It's a family of intestinal diseases that Crohn's is a member of. And every time I say that, someone instantly pipes up and goes, "Is it blah blah blah?" And it's that, but I never remember the name. Hold on, I gotta check on a ticket. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't see anything that's updated here. Huh. All right, where's this go? GGS, where are you planning to travel next? Is that me that you're asking? I'm supposed to be. I just got my passport today, right? Some of you know from my videos that I had to renew my passport, and went to the embassy and dealt with that. They were fantastic, very, very good. Everything went really smoothly, so easy. Oh, there we go. It's elitist colitis. Is that right? Yeah, it's from shitty North American food. I think it's primarily from the GMO food, but maybe that's just one of those things people say. I don't eat GMO food, so I don't have to worry about it. Uh, uh, So I'm going to, now that I got my passport, my office in Belize has been waiting for me to get up there. So I need to be in Belize as basically as quickly as possible. They're bugging me like, hey, do you got your passport? Hey, you got a passport? So they're going to try to book a flight probably through Panama coming up here very, very soon. So Belize as early as next week, or it won't happen. We'll see. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to Belize in the next 2 weeks. But that's just for work. I wouldn't go to Belize for vacation. It's just not a vacation spot. Definitely not an expat spot. It's a place to work. And then I'm going to the U.S. in theory in June, which is just 1 month away. So like a month from today, I should be in the U.S. Going up for a few weeks to hang out with my dad for his 80th birthday, and so I'll be in Geneseo, New York, hanging out, eating New York food nonstop because that's what's delicious and I miss. And then returning, and then in theory, I am going to El Salvador with La Marcelita in July. Hopefully that works out, and I will be filming San Salvador. Somewhere in there, there is always the hope that some business we have moves forward, and I might have to go to Bolivia at a moment's notice. But that's not on the cards right now. But we do know it could happen that I may have to do it. So those are the current places that are in flight, and my kids are hoping to go to Sao Paulo, Brazil this year. Whether we're going to get to do that or not, we will see, but that's what we're trying to do. We're hoping that we can do that for them. But they're also very interested in Colombia. We might do that. We'll see. Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, they're all pretty accessible. If I do end up working in Bolivia, there is a possibility my kids will just go with me and spend some time in Cochabamba, which I think they'll love. They haven't gotten to go. They'll think it's fantastic. Scott says, Gooch, you can navigate the culture and learn some Spanish. You can make it work. I hooked up with a local, and that's opened up a lot of doors. I've been here for 11 years, and it's very, very doable, very easy to get into this place and be a part of it and participate and have a good experience. But it does come with its challenges, of course, and you have to consider what it is you're looking for and the lifestyle that you want and all that kind of stuff. So we have a good number of people on now. We've got a really good, steady show tonight. This is awesome, and we're just coming up on 3 hours. Going to be going to look for more caffeine here pretty soon. Do you hear something ringing? I think I hear my security guard's phone outside. All right, we're going to take a real quick break while I refresh my drink. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring up a screen placeholder. Let me get that figured out. I have a minute where you guys are a little bit less talkative, so... crap. Always harder to figure out than it should be. All right, what happens when we do this? That's not too bad. That works. All right, guys, I will be right back. Gonna go get more soda, take a quick bathroom break, ask some questions, talk amongst yourselves. I will be right back. Taking the doggy for a walk. All right, we're coming back. Boom, here we are. All right, I actually had a quick meal while I was gone, and saw the dogs and refreshed my drink and used the bathroom. It was a lot. It was a very good trip, and we didn't lose too many people. We're in good shape. James is here. Hello, Scott from Fundy. I've read about flight cancellations into Managua Airport. The reason given was the extension of runways. I've heard of nothing of the sort. I've not heard anything about extensions or cancellations. If they were canceling to extend the runways, they would be forced to cancel all flights into the country and we would be shut down, which is not the case. I am quite confident there is no extensions going to happen to the runways. That sounds like one of those canal type rumors, right? We know there are some cancellations as airlines collapse in other countries, and that's causing some problems. But we are certainly not shutting down the country at this point. And if they were extending the runway, everybody would be talking about it. So it feels unlikely that has slipped by. Gooch says, Gigi, what brought you to consider Nicaragua? James says, any recommendations for Granada accommodation? So let's flip to our... Nope, that's not it. Hold on. I need to have more of those set up so I don't have to... Actually, as I say that, I should do that exact thing right now. And we'll call it map. And it shall be good. Excelente. Oh. That's pretty good. All right, cool. Granada, he says. Let's head down the highway to Granada. There we go. So there's a lot of places I don't know, right? It's a big city. Well, it's a small city, but it's a city. So this is the Plaza Mayor. And of course, you kind of want to be around the Plaza Mayor. So I really like the Hotel Plaza Cologne. This place is where I stay personally when I'm not on a budget. It's quite nice, has a nice pool, nice rooms. It's right on the Plaza Mayor. That's your view from the balcony? Like, yeah. So it's quite nice. Rooms are nice, amenities are nice. The Socialtel is the old hostel there. If you're looking for a little bit cheaper place, this is still great location and still has the great views. Definitely not same kind of level as the Plaza Cologne. The new place, the Voco, this is the boutique hotel by Holiday Inn or Intercontinental. So that's brand new. Obviously, it's an old structure that they've updated, but really beautiful looking. The rooms are not so exciting. I don't know what they were thinking doing this. That is awful. But most of this place looks really, really nice. So that's worth checking out if you're looking for something a bit more American/European. Definitely the combination makes it feel European. But it's pretty cool. Those are places that I know. The Hotel Dario, I've never stayed at, but I think it would be nice. Definitely more expensive. But I have eaten there, and I really like it. So that's a potential location. It's right on the Calzada, which is super nice because you walk out your door and you're in the middle of things. It basically sees the cathedral from the other side. Rooms look really nice. Like it's a nice fancy spot in the middle of things. That's a big waterfall. Like that's pretty cool. Those are areas that I would jump to, but there's loads of stuff. Like this is Granada, right? So everywhere there's hotels and hostels and Airbnbs all throughout this zone. And if you want to do something really classic, like the ultimate tour, stay at Casa de Arcos. This is my old house. When I first moved to Nicaragua in 2015, it is available on Airbnb. No connection to me. You can go see this used to be a lion head or something that was a fountain. They replaced it. It's sad. You can stay in what was my old bedroom, sleep in my old bed. It's funny that that you can go stay in the place that I used to live in, but there it is. And they've modified it slightly, but it's basically the same place. This is the new downstairs bedroom. This is all new. But back when I lived there, there were only the upstairs. This is the same bowls we used to have. So yeah, those are some options. That's our old kitchen. But there really are a lot of places in Granada to stay in, so you're not limited to ones that I've been to or whatever. But those are the ones I know and often look at. But I also like to go and stay in places I've never been in because that's fun too. So Gooch says, James, how much money do you want to spend? You have options between $600 and $600 per night. Looking for parking and single room 3 to 4 night basic. Scott Brooker says, Gooch, I just got back from California, I assume, and the food was horrible. Went to some pho restaurant, and had a cup of noodles for $18. Tasted like a bouillon cube and rice noodles with a sprig of Thai basil. James says, doing 2 to 3 week motorcycle rental trip. Oh, that's pretty cool. Gooch says, Scott Brooker, the issue of all the food, in Canada, is old and sometimes has birthdays. Gooch, James, motorcycles can be parked anywhere. They may even let you roll into the hotel. Yeah, that's actually kind of a thing. What did I just do? Sorry, getting photos from my work today. James says Canadian good food is mainly in ethnic communities or roadside with parking lot full of locals, which that's kind of true anywhere. Gooch says, I stayed at Casona Macondo. Oh, I just scrolled. It was like $20 or so. Decent place, nice pool. Breakfast was included. Try booking. There are lots on there. Cool. He says, James, the other issue is that in Canada, food is transported and stored for a long period of time. It isn't the same as fresh food. In Nicaragua, my chicken was alive 4 hours ago. My pork was alive. Yes. I'm hoping he meant yesterday, not it's alive. Yes. Terry, my seafood. Terry. That must be yesterday, and it turned into yes, Terry. My seafood was caught hours ago. My vegetables are picked from the vine. James says, thanks for Granada info, Gooch. Scott says, that's so true. I once asked a lady what was for lunch. She pointed to a rooster in the road and said, Gallo. Leghorn never had a chance. Luke is here. Hola, y'all. Been a busy day in Matagalpa. 1 video conference and 2 separate meetings before attending the practice for the band I sponsor. I thought I was retired. Avianca, Toronto to Managua, midnight arrival. Was there more to that? Is that when you're coming in? Now you guys are a little bit quiet. Oh, we got a lot of people on, though. This is awesome. We dipped for a few minutes, and we're right back at it. Luke says, I'm 2.5 weeks away from doing my first annual Residencia renewal. I should be able to confirm exact cost as of May 19th and supporting documents thereafter. John Doe says, Managua being the only international airport sucks. 2-hour drive from Leon, 3 hours from San Juan del Sur, and flights leave at odd hours. That is true. Hopefully soon. The second one is going to be open, but soon is not months. We also have Liberia, though. We use that quite a bit. From San Juan del Sur, you can get to Liberia in 2 hours, which is not bad. I mean, that's, in many cases, faster than getting to Managua, and it's got a decent set of flights. Not crazy, but... Ed Group says, I think a lot of us like to listen. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Remember to give us a thumbs up if you're listening, or even if you're not. Gooch says, I'm afraid I may have to go to Canada for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks in Nicaragua. I will have to commit to this contract for about 8 months. The food is the thing that frightens me the most. Yeah, I'm going to be going to the U.S. in June, soon. But I'm not afraid of the food because I'm going to my hometown where the food is amazing in New York. So I am going to be eating some amount of pizza for sure, but unbelievable amounts of subs. That is the thing that I cannot recreate here no matter what I do. It just doesn't come close. And it's the simplest thing, right? I'm going to go to Aunt Cookies in Geneseo, New York. And who knows if I can even find a website for that. I bet they don't even have one. They're so not a thing to have. Oh, they have a website. Is it really a thing? Oh, it kind of is. This is a terrible website. This is atrocious. But this is where I will be eating nonstop because I cannot get anything even remotely like this in Nicaragua. And it makes me so sad. And all I get is a cheese sub. It's got 3 different cheeses, right? Provolone, Swiss. I don't even know what the other one is. Maybe I only get provolone and Swiss. I need to pay attention. And it's got lettuce, tomato, mayo, and a toasted bun. And that's about it. It's so basic. And it is so good. And there's not an ingredient. There's not like secret ingredients in it or anything like that. It's just, and you can't recreate it here. We can't get the right Swiss. We can't get the right provolone. We can't get the right buns. The mayo, maybe. I don't know. The tomatoes and lettuce, it's a struggle because it's a different variety. Like, I don't know. It's just talking about it. I'm so looking forward to just eating one of those subs every day. Larry's here, just jumped on, was on Top Secret Sam vlog, took photo of new Marriott open in Leon. Oh, yes. Luke says, don't forget your garbage plate. I will have a couple garbage plates while I'm there, but only a couple. If I'm there I might be there for like 3 weeks. If I'm there that long, at most, I'm sure 2, maybe 3, maybe. Gooch says, I will basically be locked in a prison for the 2 weeks out of the month that I'm in Canada, and the food will be institutional. Oh, are you going to work? Is this a contract, or is this a contract where you're temporarily detained? Gucci working the oil sands. Yeah, it doesn't sound like fun. I can't believe that Aunt Cookies doesn't have like anything. There's a button, order online, and that just goes to a 403 error. Like, not even a picture of the food. No, a uranium mine. Well, that sounds like fun. Luke says, first expat luncheon of Matagalpa tomorrow at Brooklyn Cafe. All are welcome. Awesome. John Doe says, Scott, you speak extensively about business in Nicaragua. Having lived in Nicaragua for a while, do you see any business opportunities for AI there? That's a tough one. Like, what does that really mean? Um, Gucci Gucci says, no, a uranium mine. Wait, did I read that out of order? I think we already read that. So what does AI mean here? Like, are businesses here using AI? Yeah, same as anywhere. So yes, but they're already doing it. Um, Same as anywhere. Um, does AI really offer specific opportunities, or it's really just another tool in a business tool set? Is there an opportunity to do something like build AI data centers here? Is that what you're thinking? Well, I have proposed that. Um, there's an opportunity to potentially build green AI centers that could use excess power to filter Choletlan, right? Those are wild, wild things that require getting government permission to build in specialty areas, get direct connections to the volcanoes for volcanic power, all kinds of things. But do some opportunities potentially exist? Yes. But in general, I think AI is generally useful for automation. Um, and when you're looking at places like the United States, you have high labor costs, right? So AI basically is useful for replacing unskilled labor where it's doing paperwork, right? Um, and in Nicaragua, labor is very, very cheap, and AI is foreign. So any AI that you use ends up being a higher cost and less available, right? Like we don't have access to Claude here, for example. We don't have um, as many options as you have in some other markets. So that's a consideration that there's simply less. Um, and uh, um, and the cost of it as a ratio is much higher, right? We don't get discounts for being in Nicaragua. So let's say you're paying that $200 per month, just as an example, right, to Chat GPT, to have a plus account or pro account, whatever. In the U.S., that's this background noise on the cost of a staff person. But here in Nicaragua, that's a significant portion of it. And in the United States, that money's going into your local economy. But in Nicaragua, that money's flowing out of the economy. So the impact of using AI, the cost and its impact are very high, um, compared to um, compared to what they are in North America. So the opportunity is far, far lower. And the availability of work in the United States, finding people to work is extremely difficult. Not that there aren't people who want to work, of course there are, right? Loads of them. Um, but matchmaking, actually locating those people, um, is super difficult. Uh, that seems really weird, James. James, do you have a link to that or something? Because I even did a search on it, didn't find anything. Avianca cancels all the time, so Avianca lies through their teeth. That is their claim to fame. They're the always an onward ticket people that we had people cancel. So we know that they're lying. I've not heard of any being canceled from this end, but they could be, but I've not heard of it. But that it's Avianca is very sus. Especially since Avianca from Toronto doesn't fly here. So whatever flight that is isn't quite that. Now, Avianca will sell tickets that connect to Toronto, but Avianca, I don't even think operates out of Toronto. I think you have to fly Air Canada out of Toronto to get to Avianca, and then Avianca somewhere else. I know this because someone from the community just did this. I just went through this, so that sounds super sus because we know they were canceling on people not because of the runway, just because of their own overselling. So don't be surprised if it's because it's overbooking and not anything to do with the runway. But if you've got a link to that, hard to believe we wouldn't hear here if they were canceled. Like, if that was going on, that would have such an impact. And you wouldn't cancel them. It would be scheduled, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, crap. What was I talking about? Oh, AI opportunities. So here, the greatest thing is employment. So you really want to hire people. They're very cheap to hire. They're very available. It's very easy to find them. So the amount of AI opportunities here are extremely low compared to, say, the US, where the factors are just flipped entirely. And where AI is used in normal life, it's already being used here the same as anywhere else. There's no barriers to it. So, basically any business that could benefit from it is already using it. And if it's a new business, in most cases, it doesn't make sense to put it here if AI is the thing. There could be an overlap, but it's difficult at best. Gooch, the last contract I took was in Canada for 4 months, but I was allowed to walk among the living. Gooch, so things are looking bright. He says, not really. I am the kind of doing this one as a favor, but they are giving me my requested rate and travel package. Well, that's pretty nice. James says, friend worked at Canadian Freezer Warehouse. The meat could have been thawed up to 6 times for testing. Why you shouldn't refreeze meat? Gooch, so you don't glow in the dark? James, yeah, the only thing I freeze and thaw several times is octopus, but I do this when it is fresh and during the day before I cook it, the ice crystals forming and then reforming tenderizes it. He says, lol, yeah, I shouldn't be exposed to much radiation, but I will still have to wear a badge, radiation monitor, and take weekly urine tests for measuring radiation levels. That's pretty cool. Gooch says it will be cheap, high fructose corn syrup and industrial pancake mix packets. Lots of maple syrup up in Upper New York. Yes. Much in Upper New York. Yeah, where I'm from is more Western New York. So upstate and Upper New York are separate. Both have a lot of maple syrup. I will be in Western New York, which is part of upstate New York, and plenty of maple syrup. Maple syrup farms everywhere, and I love it. We've gotten as high as 37 people watching tonight. That's awesome. Like, at one time. We're up to 246 views. We've been on for 3.5 hours. Doing pretty well around here. Oh, and the battery died. Hold on, guys. Just switching the battery. And we're back. Gooch Gooch says maple syrup is a very expensive thing in Nicaragua. Luke says, I think we missed our window for the road trip to the autonomous north going into the rainy season. It's true. I'm sorry. I've been working so much. I'm doing 120-hour weeks. Like, I'm not getting any break at all. It's been awful. It's for good reasons for the most part. It's just, there's no way I can step away. There's no way I can take even an afternoon off, let alone take a road trip. It really sucks. And it's both, I'm so busy and the car is just always engaged because of the businesses. Right now we could probably, well, yeah, no, not right now. It's always hard, but it's been, we've had so much going on, which is kind of the story of my life. It feels like it's always like that, but this has been exceptionally rough. James says some of these camp jobs have amazing food. Camp with best food gets best workers. Scott says I used to handle lead for aviation fuel. Wore a gorilla suit in 90-degree heat at times. Not fun. But for a future road trip, I just picked up a Tascam Portacapture X8 with a boom mic. Awesome. That'll be cool. Tim says I saw a story about a bull shark sighting in Colsi Bolsa. Like recently? That's, wow, it's been a long time since anyone's seen one as far as I know. Gooch Gooch says they condition people to think the food is good. This one from experience runs a 1-week menu, so it's quite repetitive. I'll be jonesing for some gallo pinto by the end of the 2 weeks. I'm looking up the bull shark thing, seeing if there's anything we can find. There was a shark attack in Nicaragua in 1938. That was... It's unclear where it was. 1927. but only got someone's hand. Cut him badly. There was a death in 1902, but Greytown. 1850, Grenada. Shark killing to someone who was bathing in Grenada, 1850. San Juan del Sur had a shark attack, 1960. 1944, multiple bathers, some killed, some injured, but unclear where. $1957, one in the lake. Bull shark got someone north of San Carlos. James says, AI farms have a lifespan of 4 years max before tech will need an update. Scott says, industrial food, waste food complex. You heard that here first. Industrial waste food. Facebook had a post, looked like a dolphin fin. Well, there's definitely not a dolphin out there. But I'm not finding any reports anywhere. Gooch Gooch was probably a bull shark in the lake. Their numbers used to be higher. Yeah, there's very few now. Super rare. And they come and go, so you never know exactly how many there are. Because they're wanderers. You guys are getting a little bit quiet. Not only, James mentioned AI farms have a lifespan of 4 years. I bet even that's pushing it. But they also have the problem that I don't think you can export a lot of that stuff here. The good equipment we can use remotely, but we can't export it here because we're partners with China. So anything that comes here can easily flow in and out of China. Not that that would happen, but it could. And so unlikely that you could export here. Scott says, must be happy hour. Gooch says there's also sawfish in the lake. I never saw such a fish. Some troll just posted, "Are you an expat or an immigrant to Nicaragua? Can you tell me the difference?" Obviously trolling, since we have video after video explaining this and policies in the community about trolling about this. So, he's going to be banned any second, I can tell. Where is this person claimed to be from? Joined today. Oh, yes. So likely to be a real post. Mm-hmm. Bullshark, they're also sawfish. Must be happy hour. It's always happy hour in Nicaragua. My local bar runs the 3 beer for 100 quart special all the time. I will have to ride up to Leon sometime. I haven't been there for a long time. Was going to attend the Nicaragua Cuba baseball game. I saw it in Managua and Rivas. Oh, that would have been cool. Scott says, anyone trolling for that bull shark? Oh, trolling for that bull shark. Gutker says, I like when these idiots try to make everything political. Yeah, and that one goes both ways. You can never tell. Are you getting the Americans? Like, there's obviously American trolls or American-leaning trolls. But this one, you also get a lot of the Latin American-leaning trolls, where they try to act like Americans not lying about their immigration status are somehow doing the wrong thing. And it's like, we can't lie about being... I mean, we can lie, right? But you're not allowed to lie about being an immigrant. You know, so I'm an immigrant to Nicaragua, right? For those who don't know, I'm a legal immigrant. Like, I'm an actual immigrant, and I'm legally an immigrant. I could be an illegal immigrant, right? Not legally, obviously. That's what makes it illegal. And I could tell the truth about it. Like, I'm an immigrant to Nicaragua who's illegal. Okay, so you couldn't get in trouble for lying, but I could get in trouble for being an illegal immigrant. But, like... if I'm an expat, I can't call myself, if I'm only an expat, I should say, because all immigrants are expats. If I'm only an expat and not an immigrant, I can't lie about being an immigrant. That's flat out lying, right? Because that's claiming visa status and stuff. You can't do that. And here, it's pretty loose. It's just a no lying law. So you can only get in so much trouble. I mean, they'll just deport you, but... you know, you can only get in so much trouble because there's not a specific law about it. But in some countries like Thailand, which a lot of people move to, it's a serious offense on the books. It's a specific one because so many people lie about it. And there's a constant push to try to trick people into lying about it. So it's, I don't know how many people understand that it's actually a scam going on, trying to convince people that there's something that they're not. someone posted something about humans aren't created equal and shouldn't be treated equal. They didn't attack any particular group, so it's not exactly a bannable position, but it's definitely a ridiculous position. And then they're all like, "Oh, your rebuttal is that you're offended by, you're offended by being racist?" I'm like, "Yep." What? I must say, though, well worth pointing out, in recent history, meaning months, the the amount of trolling. Now, of course, we've been very filtering of trolls and such. We have zero tolerance for the most part on trolls on the community, on the responses on the YouTube channel. But really, the number of things that get caught and flagged, I mean, I don't know how many are like full on nuked by YouTube. Like if you come on just swearing or, say really inappropriate things that the algorithm can pick up, they'll never show you them to me. If there's violent threats or anything, those are all filtered out and completely nuked. Just as if you put an email into it or a URL into it, they're not gonna show those ever. They're unallowed. So it actually warns me, if you want to see these, go here, but we're not going to give them to you. And it's like, nope, I don't want to see those. I never go to see them. But there is this other of that are held, and Brent, for some reason, is always held. Still, to this day, every post he's ever made, I have to go release it manually. Sometimes they're like, good, hello, how are you? Every single one is flagged as if it was offensive. It's so weird. His account is 100% on hold no matter what. But the number that go in there are extremely small compared to what they were, say, 3 years ago. And of those that go in there, the majority are completely normal posts. Nothing wrong with them at all. So it's really rare that I go in there and find something problematic. So that's really encouraging. Just the quality of posts that there now is of responses as a percentage of things is just really good. That's been really nice because for a while it wears on you, right? Just the constant nasty bad attitudes and stuff. But now when I go into held stuff, I feel really confident that it's unlikely to have anything, or the things that are going to be in there are just false positives or whatever. It's really nice. James says 3 beers for 100. That's a deal. It is. We often get, 6 beers for 500? Is that right? No. It's 6 beers for, I don't know. There's a deal. Visited a Nicaragua pool hall for the first time this week. Oh, I've been to so many of those. Table cost 80 cord per hour. Equipment is in good shape, clean place. 4 guys played for 3 hours, 2 appetizers, beer and water, $8.70 plus tip. Not bad. Not a bad deal at all, Gooch says. Hey guys, remember to give a thumbs up if you haven't on the video yet. And of course, remember our sponsor. We have a sponsor. Having drinks with an armadillo. We have some really nice pool halls here. We have some really crappy ones too, but we have some really nice fancy ones. And it's like really surprising. You walk in and you're like, this is... wow, like bright lights and clean tables and nice restaurant, good beer. Waitress brings things around. Like it's fancy. What is the policies on gambling, casinos, slot machines, poker, digital? I mean, I only know so many of the policies, but what are you asking about on policies? So there is gambling. Places like Dorado Bet are very, very popular here. So there's a load of those. Casinos, they're everywhere. Very, very popular. There must be 20 of them in Leon and many more in Managua. There's little ones. So he mentioned slot machines. There's tons of slot machines. There's a fancy one here in town. Poker is played here, but it's a low stakes country. You're not going to get into like really impressive poker games. Digital, there is no digital here. There's a new digital draw starting in Guatemala soon, but we don't have one here. Luke says a community member runs the sports book for the casinos in Managua. Yep. Gooch says the casinos are a bit different. I like that you can win a bedroom set or a kitchen as a big prize. That's funny, but also cool. It is cool. I have been in the big fancy casino here. It's pretty cool. I actually had lunch at the big casino by the airport, Pharaoh's, by the airport. And I didn't go into the casino proper, but the lunch was really nice. If I can remember the name of the place, I know exactly where it is. Oh, it's the Casablanca. We were really impressed. I actually want to take my kids there. The hotel seemed nice. It was a really nice place. They did a lunch buffet, and they had vegan, vegetarian, and pescatarian options on the lunch buffet. Like, seriously? That's amazing. None of it was like, whoa. It was just, they had a really good mac and cheese. They had a veggie thing that I liked, and they had fish cacciatore, which I've not had in forever, and I was very happy. And the desserts were nothing to write home about, but it had a nice selection. The Guat digital casino game you were prototyping, can I cash in my winnings? Ha ha ha. Not the one that I was prototyping, but I've got another one I'm supposed to be working on right now, and I'm actually here. It should be live very soon. In digital, how do I find out more about it? I met some owners in Leon. How do I find out more about which thing specifically? What is it you actually want to know? Like, you want to get a license for something? You can, right? Most of the things have some licensing. It's funny that online gambling is like this massive thing in this particular community. Like, all the expertise is here. And my business partner is one of the highest rollers in the country. Like, it's pretty funny. Gambling policy in general. I don't know that there's a gambling policy in general. Like the online lotto, not the online. The national lotto has one policy. Scratch tickets have another policy. Slots have a different. Casinos have different things that they can have. Running poker games is generally handled by the casinos, but generally that's covered by another policy, and so forth. So you've got big companies with the licenses for all those things. Nicaragua is a gambling production country, meaning that the systems for gambling in other countries are made here. So this is a country with deep gambling resources. Scott says gambling in general is a gamble. Casinos here are tough because they're very established. There's every inch of the country has casinos already. They're on every corner, so getting into that market here is very, very difficult. And so those companies here don't have names. This is important. So it's a very tough market to get into. Like here in Leon, we've got the big fancy casinos. We have the corner casinos. It's covered. And things like the National Lotto, there's only the National Lotto. It's operated by the government. And sure, they have outsiders that run it for them on their behalf, but it's all nationalized. So as it is in most countries, right? That's not surprising. If you go to New York and play the lotto, it's the New York Lotto, right? They don't let independents do that. So it's all run federally. So it's not like you can just enter the market, right? If you want to enter the casino market, you can. You'll need incredibly deep pockets, and you'll be fighting against established players with deep pockets and all the connections and licenses. So, getting a new license, I've not looked into a casino license because it's a horrible idea. But if that's something that you want to do, you can look into it. Like you can go get a license to open a casino. But if you aren't an existing casino operator, it's a bad idea. Saturated markets are always bad. Unless you have something that differentiates you, right? You're bringing $1 billion of investment. You're going to build things that no one else can build, and you expect people to just spend more money because you're doing it. You're going to fly people in from Europe to gamble. Well, sure, that could totally make sense, of course. You have some new technology that no one else has or has access to that you're going to run. Absolutely, that might make sense, right? But if you're talking about just, I heard about casino options, then how are you going to compete with the existing entrenched casino players who already have the real estate, already have the games, already have the licenses, have already evaluated every possible spot for a casino and put them in where they think they make sense and don't where they don't, right? They've got so much, and it's a risky business to get into because as I was told about digital gambling, right? Never get into digital gambling from a provider standpoint, because the providers who are out there are making big money, and their only protection is knocking off their competitors. Being killed for making a competitive platform is literally the thing that happens to people, because there's no regulations in that space or no way to do it. Customers are Nika, for sure. I mean, some gringos gamble, but gringos going to casinos is a weird thing to picture. My business partner's gringo. He lives at the casino, but it's effectively a Nika thing. Everything here is a Nika thing, right? Imagine gringos going to a corner casino. Oh, my kids have a spider emergency. I will be right back. Spider has been dealt with. Yes, most of the casinos are slot machine only. Be careful about crypto there, peeps. What crypto? Can you contact me? James says, looking forward to Genesee Cream in New York. Yes, I will probably have some. I don't really drink much at my dad's. He doesn't drink, but Jenny Cream Ale I do like. McSorley's. We've passed the 4-hour mark, and it's only 8:30 here, at least. I do have some people coming over because water is out for some reason on the other side of town. So some people who live over there are coming over to hang out over here. You guys are very quiet now. We had a lot of good conversation going on, and it dried up. I've only ever been in one of the casinos once, and it was pretty boring. I'm not a gambler, so the whole like watching people play slots is one of the most outrageously boring activities known to man. Nobody? Nothing? Our expat or immigrant guy has not responded yet. Me voy. Es hora de hacer los deberes de mi clase de español. Feliz Día Internacional de los Trabajadores. Adiós. Tomorrow is the day of the worker here, so all the locals are off for the day. It's a holiday. I have to cook my own food tomorrow. What am I going to do? Hello? Bueller. Bueller. Oh, we got a few more people on. Excellent. Now, if we could get some people chatting, that'd be awesome. Remember to hit that thumbs up when you're here. And just a reminder, if you have not signed up yet for the Expats Forum, meaning if you have not been on this forum, if you've not clicked this link, please do so. I found out there's so many people who've been ignoring this link and are like, oh, I thought it was something else. I thought it was something else. I thought it was something else. It's the Expats Forum. It's a good place to be. Scott Brooker, they had hail in Hinotega, I believe. When? Today? What? Oh, we lost 4 people. 4 people! It's too bad it's not one of those things where you're like, come on, guys, rally, because the people who left are not still here. Okay, I can hear my dog with something he shouldn't have. I will be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Get some more people on. Don't let anyone who comes on leave. I'll be right back as I go to investigate what he's destroying. Okay, my wife thinks it's something falling onto the roof and not the dog destroying things, although I don't know if that's really true. All right, here I am. All right, my friends are in the taxi. We'll see them soon. Could have been AI hail. Yes. A couple of days ago it was on Facebook. A bunch of homebodies in the chat chilling. Yes, a little bit too much chilling. Need a little bit more chatting. But you guys got 3 of the 4 people back. We're back up to our numbers. Let's just get people chatting and we'll be good. We'll be good. So hello to the people who just signed back in or the new people who just popped in. I don't have a way to know. If you're new, pop in and say hi. Give us a thumbs up. Ask a question. Something. Get interacting. Hey, there we go. Lenise2981. Hello, I am new here. Well, welcome. That's awesome. We do have someone new. Thankful to have found your videos. Can you tell me how mail is received from the U.S.? So the simple answer is it is not. It's not quite true. But you don't send mail here from the U.S. We do have a video about this. Like, conceptually, it doesn't make sense. So there's got to be a little bit more to the question. Like, why do you want to send mail from the U.S. to here? What would trigger that? And 99% of the time, the answer is, the thing that you're trying to do doesn't make sense. Don't do that. If there is a situation where you need something that would be like mail to come from the U.S. to here, then it would normally come through a freight forwarder. I had to do this for something recently, and we just threw it in an Amazon box and had it sent. Literally had an order of calico critters for my daughter sent to my dad's house, had the mail sent there. He shoved the mail in the box and had it sent down for nothing. Was it the Buffalo Bills game back in the day and Genesee Cream Ale was the only beer sold? Wow, that's weird. It's not even the same city, but it is localish beer. That's awesome. But mail, just not a thing you do internationally, just in general. I lived in Spain, which is a place with a, very functional post office. Sending mail, huge disaster. Never do that. Mail really needs to be a inside your own country thing, and even that generally limited, right? Like, I'm from the United States, so mail was never reliable, right? When I was a kid, it was pretty reliable, but as an adult, it was a constant problem that mail wouldn't get through or would take months, get lost, like such a problem. But internationally, you don't want casual mail being sent. It's going to cost everyone a whole bunch. There is a post office here. So if someone did want to send you a postcard as like just a proof of concept, look, we can do this thing like we used to do, you can simply post a letter to Nicaragua and put your address on it, and it'll get to you someday, right? But you wouldn't do that with anything important, nothing you would rely on, and of course it would get expensive. Scott says, I got a letter and it sat in the PO for a month before getting delivered. Here or back in the U.S.? I had that happen in the U.S. all the time. Here, no one's ever sent me anything that I know of. But even like, the U.S. government doesn't send things by mail here. They send it to Cargo Trans, and so they're using a freight forwarder. I think they're using their own freight forwarder, but like literally the embassy doesn't trust the mail system. But there is a normal post office here, so if you do send a letter, it will go through it. It's one of the secrets to living abroad is modernizing those practices whenever possible, and reconsidering. It's all about thinking broadly, like what's your end goal? Is it that you want a magazine delivered? Is it that you need someone to be able to send you postcards? Is there a person who won't stop sending you mail? Is there something you're ordering? Like, you can generally figure out what it is you're trying to accomplish and then say, okay, instead of one thing, just say, how would I accomplish this goal? And is it a goal I still want to accomplish? Right. So for a bunch of things, one of the reasons I love not having mail here for any intent and purpose is that when I lived in the U.S., I didn't want mail, right? I didn't want any of that. But it just kept coming. So they would just dump junk in our yard. And we would literally just have trash in the yard. And that's what to me, that is the sole function of the post office, is to distribute litter. They literally litter. That's their job. They get paid to litter. I don't know what else they do, right? They would just come up and throw trash in our yard and leave. Not stuff that we ordered. It's not ours. I take no responsibility for it. It touched the yard. It's not my problem. Why a person is allowed to do that? Why the post office? I truly detest the U.S. Post Office. It makes me so angry that there is a business, a private business, that is given federal protection to litter, right? At least here, when people litter, it's poor people trying to do something convenient, not someone making a quick buck by taking money to litter intentionally. Sorry, I really, really am angered by the U.S. Post Office. I find them sickening. And a violation, right? Because they have the right to force trash onto your property. Like, they're there, I feel, to remind us that we don't have individual freedoms in the United States. Like, they're an in-your-face reminder that your civil liberties are non-existent, right? I love living abroad and not having to deal with them. Here they told me they couldn't figure out what to do with it. In the U.S., I always sent back any postpaid junk mail. Yeah, you can do that, but then they're forcing you to deal with it. It's not my responsibility to deal with it, right? Like, that's, it feels good to send it back and be like, haha, it cost you more money. Yeah, but it's, there's a company being paid. Would I say that Ometepe is, would you say that Ometepe is worth more than a one-day trip? Absolutely. I think it's a 2 to 3 day trip. The reason, so I've talked about this before, about Ometepe. So for those who don't know, real quick, Ometepe is the giant volcanic island in the middle of Colsibolsa, Lago Nicaragua. So it's very unique that it's a giant island in a freshwater lake with 2 volcanoes in this massive lake, and it is has a population of 55,000 on an island in a volcanic lake. Like, this is pretty cool, right? So, okay. No. So real quickly, James, I'm going to come right back to you. So for Lenice, this is so much better. And the answer is don't use the post. So they said every once in a while, and I'm in the same boat. Like, no shame on Amazon. I mean, we hate Amazon, obviously, but no shame on us for using Amazon. Let's be clear. Every once in a while, I need educational products for my children. Absolutely. I currently live in Panama. Awesome. I used to live there. And order from Amazon. We do that here too. Shame on me, but sometimes I need to order from Amazon. Absolutely. So there is no connection to mail here. That's the secret. What you do, and this is standard the world over. I mean, there's exceptions, but very common the world over, I should say. And I work all throughout the region, right? So we do the same thing in Argentina, in Bolivia, in Belize, doesn't matter. You use a freight forwarder. So this doesn't work when you're like here on vacation for 2 weeks. No, but if you're living here or here for any long period of time, you simply set up an account with a freight forwarder. I use Envios Fast Track. A bunch of people here in Leon use Envios Occidental. Luke uses one. I can't remember who he uses in Matagalpa, but they're everywhere. And I just use one in Managua, right? Envios Fast Track has treated me great. I have an account. I just send them a note, say I'm getting an order, and they give me the address, right? I have an address in the United States. That's how freight forwarders work. And I just put that into Amazon as my address and I just order. So my Amazon, right, this doesn't work the first time, right? But now I have Amazon set up. So Amazon has 2 recorded addresses for me. One when I need to go fast, so it goes to airplane, aero, and one that's slow and goes by boat, Maritimo. And those are set up as addresses in my Amazon. There's the Maritimo, which is the cheap one and slow, is set as my default. And so if I go in and quickly make an order and forget what I'm doing, or I intentionally want to send by maritime, I just go in and Amazon automatically ships to me to here in Nicaragua. But it goes to this location in the US that magically teleports it to Nicaragua. And that's as easy as it is, right? So obviously, when I first did this, I contacted Envios Fast Track, who I use, said, my name's Scott Allen Miller. I would like to send packages to myself. This is who I am. They're like, okay. And they just sent me the info. And then what you're supposed to do, and I don't always do this, but I try, is when you order from Amazon, Amazon will give you the tracking number. Just grab that and send it to Envios Fast Track and say, this is what's coming. And then they're watching for it. But they'll get it to you even if they're not watching for it. But it's better, if, just so everybody's on the same page and they can say, yep, we got it. It's on its way. And then you're like, okay, cool. And that's that simple. And so you do pay a fee, right? Amazon's not going to pay this, of about $3 a pound to send it to Nicaragua. So if you're sending lead, it's going to get expensive. But if you're sending like education material, it's probably pretty cheap. But because it's a freight forwarder, Amazon doesn't charge you tax. So in most cases, it's actually cheaper to send it all the way to Nicaragua than it is to buy it in the US. Not by much, a couple cents, maybe $1, but cheaper, not more expensive. People are obsessed with it must be more expensive, but it's not in most cases. It's actually cheaper, about the same. Takes longer, yes, but once you have done it once and you have the system set up, it is super cheap, it is super simple, and I order constantly, whether it's from Amazon or from someone on Shopify or Stripe or whatever. I have all of them set up with this address, and I order a lot of times from independent publishers, or I order from camera companies because I'm a photographer, and it all just goes to this address and magically appears in Nicaragua. Now, mine's set up that they go to Managua, and I can pick it up because I'm there every week. But if I don't want to pick it up, I just tell them, hey guys, I don't feel like picking it up this week. I'll pay you $6 and send it to my house. And then they send it like the next day to my house via Cargo Trans. So it's super easy and it's super cheap. But the answer is you're not using the mail. There's no mail involved. It's a freight forwarder. And you're never sending it to Nicaragua. You're sending it to a point in the U.S., assuming you're coming from the U.S., which I think you said. And that's it. So it's the easiest thing. So simple. And this is how everyone works in Nicaragua. It's how everyone works in Bolivia. It's just how the world works with things. And then you can do the same thing in China, right? If you want to get Chinese products, to them, they're just sending it around the country, and it magically arrives. Over here, I may have to go out and deal with my really loud dogs for a minute. James, don't go anywhere. We're going to talk about the Ometepe thing as soon as I can get back. It's just the girls. It's just the girls. dear Lord. Oh, Scott says, I would stuff the envelope full of trash to boost the postal fees. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so James asks, how much time would you give to Ometepe? So it's a super cool island, 55,000 people living on an island. Like, it's so cool, so it's unique. So a lot of people would go over just for the day, and that's okay, but it's a ferry ride, right? And it's not a ferry ride from a place you normally want to hang out. It's from San Jorge, which is outside Rivas, and you're just layers of this isn't really a vacation destination. So what you typically do, coming from Granada or coming from Managua, you take a bus down to San Jorge, or you drive down. And then you get on the ferry. So you're traveling for an hour or two, and then you get to the ferry, then you travel for an hour or two on a ferry, and you get over to the island. And then you've got to explore the island. But the island's not small, right? So you want to drive around. And what do you do when you visit a tropical island like this, right? Imagine, this is the closest thing, without flying out to the actual Caribbean, to having a Caribbean-ish island in Nicaragua. It's kind of unique. It's not the Caribbean, but it kind of gives that feel while being out west in the Pacific area. So what would you want to do if it was a Caribbean island? Well, you'd want to linger over a restaurant. You might want a nice pool. You might want some drinks. I'm just saying, a lot of people would like to have some cocktails and chill. Well, if you're going over for one day, you're going to spend 4 hours getting there, run around, and then the last ferry is pretty early because they don't like running the ferries in the dark. So the ferries typically leave around 5 or 6 o'clock. Like, you're done for the day. So you don't have time to get dinner. You could do all of this and only barely get a late lunch. Hold on, now the dog wants to leave. Just letting you. You're such a problem. Don't you go barking at the girls. They don't like that. Oh. And of course he's barking again. So if you go for just one day, it ends up being a very ineffectual day. You spend a ton of time traveling, and you only see the island for a few hours during the day. And if that's all the time you have, well, it's still worth seeing, sure. But if you have the opportunity, what you really want to do is be able to see the island when you stay in a hotel. Because when you spend the night in the island, you have this magical thing where it becomes completely silent. And the ferry stops, and all the main tourists are gone. And there's just this tiny number of tourists, and the locals left. And the island becomes dark and silent. But there's dinner restaurants, right? So there's lots of places. It's one of the better eatery locations in the country, right? San Juan del Sur is pretty good. Managua is quite good. Jinotepe is pretty good. Ometepe is pretty good, right? These are kind of your specialty places to eat with some selection. Did I mention Granada? Yeah, Granada, San Juan del Sur, Jinotepe, Managua, and Ometepe. 5 places. That's about it. Everywhere else, Leon, Matagalpa, we're all super limited. We'll have 1 or 2 little nice places to eat, but in general, there's not a lot of options. But this is one of them. So you've got a lot of different places to eat, and variety of food, and interesting locations. And the fun in Ometepe is getting to check it out, getting to see stuff. And so during the day, you know, you want to maybe walk the volcanoes, go Ojos de Agua, the wild springs up in the volcano with swimming. It's super cold, but it's really neat. There's some old tech monoliths to go see. That's not super exciting, but it's neat. You want to do a drive around the islands. That takes time. You want to visit different little villages. You want to maybe go get lunch on one side of the island, dinner on another. You definitely want to do at least an overnight. Having that night to stay on the island gives you a whole amazing experience that otherwise you miss. If you don't want to stay an entire day, that's fine, right? But that one night, absolutely necessary. So what I recommend as a minimum is getting up, say in Managua, jumping on the bus, which is actually a big air-conditioned bus, like it's super comfy, goes to the ferry. This is just the public transportation. It's like $1. Takes you to the ferry, take the ferry right over, also like $2, and you're on the island. Walk around, get rides, go do something, and make sure you have a hotel booked. They can fill up. So make sure you have a hotel booked in a place that looks nice. Maybe pick some places you're interested in eating so you can go check them out. Walk around some villages, go around the island, see stuff. You'll have a whole day, right? If you leave early in the morning from Managua, you might be over there still in the morning. And be able to have a nice leisurely lunch on the island. And that's always a mistake that people make when going to these places, is not leaving time to just sit and enjoy your lunch, right? Like when you're racing for lunch, it's like, oh, everything feels disappointing after that. Always a mistake. The enjoyment of a place comes when the food and the drink are the things you're lingering over. Yeah, it's great when you have lots of things you want to go see, but if there's so many things you want to go see that you feel rushed at food, take another day. And so that's I would do as a minimum. And then spend the night. I've got a place that I really like staying. You get a private cottage, nice little restaurant. The owner does her own pesto. There's another place on the island that makes scorpion pepper oil. I douse pesto pasta with scorpion oil, which is amazing. Sounds crazy, but it's so delicious. It's one of my favorite pastas. And it's so quiet. You're sitting on a balcony and everything's pitch black and it's silent because the lake is so quiet. You're so far from any population center. And everybody lives on the fringes of the islands, right? Obviously, because the middles are volcanoes. So there's no sound from other villages because it's behind a volcano. And there's no sound from across the lake because it's miles and miles and miles. And so you're so isolated. And there's the twinkling lights that you see are so far away. It's a really unique experience. And then you could get up, spend the whole next day, go linger on a beach, have cocktails. There's some beautiful beach bars. Enjoy it. Have a nice lunch. And then catch a late ferry back. And the combination is pretty good, right? You get basically 2 long days plus that one night. But if you have the time, I would really recommend going over, spending a night, having a full day, spend another night, then come back. Because anytime you're going somewhere, having an entire day where you do not travel and you have nothing that you need to do, at least for me, this is where the fun is, right? Other than those overnights when it's super quiet, yeah, obviously that's just super cool. But having that late night, having that full day where you can just relax, and you don't have to do anything, and you can just sleep in late, not feel rushed, get up, go for a nice walk, hunt down a nice breakfast, someplace that looks interesting, that's actually intriguing you, right? Not just, I guess my hotel has some little food that I can, good enough. Let's just, get this rice and beans down so we can go somewhere. No. Make it that you actually are excited about a nice brunch or something. Get eggs Benedict or something, right? Get some salmon. I don't know. Get something that you're excited about. Take pictures of your food. Be excited. Brag to people that you went somewhere nice. And then maybe go hiking. Maybe go walk a few different villages. Try to find something that just grabs you, right? Go explore and looking for lunch and walk all over the place. Go walk some beaches. Take a taxi somewhere. Catch the bus that goes around the island. Whatever. Do something interesting. And then when it's time for lunch and you discover something really interesting, because it may be traditional Nicaraguan food, or you may discover, because there is 55,000 people who live on the island, right? There is traditional Nicaraguan food going on, but there's also a lot of opportunity for interesting things as well. There's, places that do curry, although not very authentic, but it's decent. And lots of interesting restaurants, lots of interesting hotels. None of them big, none of them grand, but lots of small places, and a lot of expats, but a lot of locals too. You get a lot of blending there. There's a fairly high expat population on the island. So in some ways that's good because it creates an economy and an opportunity for a lot of neat stuff. It's bad because the whole place has a certain tinge of expat-y enclave that it is not, right? It is not an enclave, but there are bits that you're like, okay, yeah, if I go to this restaurant, that restaurant, that restaurant, that restaurant, there's always expats there. Okay. It is a touristy island. What are you going to do? But with 55,000 locals and the ferry being such a barrier to staying there, I think you find that it gets pretty authentic. You can get some pretty cool experiences without too much of a problem. Right, and there's neat little bars, and there's just a lot to explore, especially from a lingering over drinks and food kind of way, right? Like if you're looking for rides and museums, there's very little, right? But hiking, exploring the island, and checking out the amenities is worth it. It's a one full day. I mean, I'm not saying you should spend a week there, right? You could, right? Just constantly going to different restaurants. I mean, I could easily come up with 20 places I want to eat and spend 2 weeks on the island just going from restaurant to restaurant and filming and, go back to my hotel and work for a little bit. Like, absolutely. I mean, I could handle living on the island without a problem, but it's it will get to be relatively empty unless you really enjoy just having the spare time to do nothing. A lot of people just go to the beach and have no plans, right? So I'm not one of those people, but my wife's family, famously, they love going to the beach in Florida. And do they go where there's a bunch of attractions? No, no, no. They like to sit on the beach, have a book, get a beer and just read a book, occasionally look at the waves, listen to the waves, sit out in the sun, right? Very, very relaxed. Well, if that's something you enjoy doing on the Pacific beach or on the Caribbean beach, then do that on Lago Nicaragua. You could be there for a week and love it, right? And have loads, and if you want to go and just have friends and sit around talking over drinks at cool bars with amazing views, because you're right at the base of two volcanoes and you've got this giant lake that you're in the middle of. And if you're into photography, there's, tons of things, lots of wildlife. I think you'll be in good shape. So that's my recommendation there. I think you can put in a few days and really like it. James says, on this island in Fundy outside of Amazon, UPS, FedEx, etc., all delivered to the post office. Yeah, we don't do that here. Here, everything goes to Cargo Trans and goes to your house. All right. Any concerns? This is Lenise again regarding volcanic activity. No, there just isn't. Was the idea of living near active volcanoes ever a consideration before you moved from Panama? No, not at all. I'm very interested in experiencing Matagalpa. So Matagalpa is pretty far from the volcanoes. No, the volcanoes really aren't an issue at all. It's weird living here because when I hear people say it, it's like that must be an obvious question. But living here, it's like nobody cares about the volcanoes. Like that's such not a thing. It's totally interesting when one goes off because they go off all the time. We all want to run out and see if we can guess which one's going off. We love to see the plume going up. You like to hear it rumble, feel it shake. We've all had that. It's cool, right? And I've lived around the volcanoes for a really long time, so I'm very used to it. And I do have memories of when we lived first here in Granada, and hold on. checking in on messages from people. When we first lived in Granada, I remember looking at the volcano on a regular basis and being like, oh, it's okay, what does this say? Sorry, I gotta deal with a ticket real fast. And we would look at it and be like, wow, it's erupting. Like, no one's reacting. That, I guess that's not a thing. Now we've lived here for a long time. We don't react either. Like, nobody reacts. Totally not a thing. And just nobody cares, right? It's so just a background. Yeah, there's volcanoes everywhere. They throw ash sometimes. Who cares, right? Things get dusty. That's all there is to it. If you live up in Chinandega, they occasionally get like ash fall on the city. Sometimes it disrupts driving, but it's not like scary or anything. No city is built where it's worried about a volcano. This is an active volcano area, right? Everything is based around it. I've lived in Italy where the volcano actually disrupted flights and we had lava flows and it was just, hitting city walls, like really dangerous. So Europe is so much more affected by volcanoes, and you never think about that. But it's really, it's just not a thing. No, you don't worry about it at all. It's kind of like hurricanes. People are always like, aren't there like hurricanes there? Like kind of off the coast. It doesn't affect us in the country at all. We get heavy rain. Sometimes it knocks out the power. Like it's such not a big deal. Coming from the U.S. is so impacted by hurricanes. The Caribbean is so impacted by hurricanes that it seems like these must be big things, but they're not here, not at all. And the volcanoes, Europe is so impacted by volcanoes. It's so dangerous. And then you come here and it's like, oh, totally not a thing, even though they're everywhere. So it's very different in that way. Natural disasters are not a concern here. We have earthquakes many a day, right? It's just constant. And so because there is because it happens so much, you quickly become conditioned to be like, oh, is that a thing to be concerned about? Why? What concern do people have? Because it's shaking constantly. Like what could happen, right? Like there's been so many quakes for so long. Like there's no chance that one's going to happen that's going to like really affect you. It's just I'm just opening a ticket here. That's not it. Someone took my ticket away. Okay. All right, I guess I don't have to worry about that. That was easy. James says, typical sunrise and sunset time, 12-hour day, February. Is that a question? John Mason's here. Buenas noches todos. Yeah, Matagalpa, for Lenise. Matagalpa is very nice. It's a really cool place. I love the mountain living, the cool weather. It's a nice culture up there. Oh no. All right, everybody's gotten quiet again. We are coming up on 5 hours. It's also worth noting that while there are active volcanoes in Nicaragua, they're not all active, right? There's the majority of the country. There's more of Nicaragua without volcanoes than there is the country of Panama. So you don't have to be near an active volcano if you're in Nicaragua. A lot of cities are, but a lot are not. Chinandega, very volcanic. Leon has a ton of views, but we're not actually close to any volcano. We can see them, which is cool. I can see 12, I think, from my roof, which is pretty cool, obviously. But it's Managua's got some kind of nearby. Masaya definitely has one. Granada kind of has one. But does Rivas have one? No. Does Huigalpa? No. Does Boaco? No. Matagalpa, Jinotega, Acotal, Esteli? No, none of them have local volcanoes. There just isn't that many, right? The island does. That's it, right? San Juan del Sur, none nearby. So it's very much something you can choose to be near or not be near. But other than Chinandega, in all the time we've been here, no one's been affected by any volcano. And in general, I would not even think about it. I would not, unless you have some very specific need to not have rumbling going on around you, I would not even, it wouldn't show up on my radar. If I was living in Chinandega, I wouldn't even worry about it. And no one needs to live in Chinandega. Like, that is not a place for expats. It doesn't make much sense in that way. So not likely that you would ever consider that, but if you did, I wouldn't let that dissuade me in any way, or even be, I wouldn't even let it be a factor. All right. While you guys are busy not talking, I'm going to step away and make sure that some people visiting us are getting fed because they had to come over because there's no water, which I had mentioned. Hold on, just checking. Oh. Okay, now, while you guys are so busy chatting amongst yourselves, I'm going to step away for a second and check on that food. And don't go away, I guess. And if you can get any questions in, whatever, talk to each other. I'll be right back. All right, nobody left, but no one talked. Kind of a fail. We are at how far? Oh, that's not good. What? Okay. We're at 5 hours, which is not that long. It's not bad. I forgot. I can see what they're watching in there. One of the things I like about having Jellyfin that everybody uses is I can jump on the console and see what everybody's watching. Oh, wait, no. It says it's down. Is that? Oh, no, it's up. There we go. What are they watching? Coraline. Should have known. Always the same thing. How many days for Granada region to see? Oh, to see sunrise sunset time was the question. Oh, did I miss the rest of that question? No, that was it. Okay, for Granada region to see sunrise and sunset. I mean, so sunset in Granada is nothing much, but you do want nighttime. I think Granada is like a 3 to 4 day location. Again, if you feel like staying and just hanging out, obviously you can, and there's lots of ability. I mean, you can live there, right? So there's always something to do. But when it comes to making it a must-see vacation, you really want enough time to be able to linger at the waterfront. You want to walk the Calzada, probably 2 nights on the Calzada. You want to see the cathedral. You want to see the Plaza Mayor. You want to see, there's a few museums there. You definitely want to do the horse-drawn carriage ride. Could you do it with 1 full day? Again, you get there, have an afternoon, stay the night, spend a full day, stay the night, leave around midday. Yeah, that could work. That's okay. You don't need a lot of time in Granada, but it is a popular place, so I think it's good to put in a little bit more time. It does have a lot of the good food. It does have neat neighborhoods. Depends how much you want to walk around. I like just exploring the cities, for sure. And so that can be, a thing that takes more time and you enjoy. There's so many factors for those kinds of things, but getting a full day, I think, really does a pretty good job there. All right, is that Didiamba region actually cooler climate? Oh, it's definitely cooler climate, no question. Definitely not as warm as even Managua, let alone down here. It's a much higher, it's a high plateau, not a high plateau, but it's a noticeably higher plateau. When you drive there from Managua, you're going up a lot. So it's not a cold region. You don't get there and go, whoa, this is wow, right? But you do feel like it's a little bit fresher. It's a bit nicer. Let me see. So Managua is basically sea level, right? So Managua, this says 636 feet. Not very much. According to this, Tepe is actually lower than Managua. That seems impossible. I think the elevation of Managua must be wrong. There's no way those are lower than Managua. Managua sits at the water. But you will definitely notice that they are cooler. We're back up to 19 people. Not too bad. We've passed the 5-hour mark. Now we're at 20. Look at us go. I like the Didiamba region quite a bit. It's small cities. They're cute. They tend to have good restaurants. They're less touristy, very few expats, but not zero. They're a neat region. They're very much old center of Nicaraguan culture and history. So a lot of old stuff happened there. It's a neat region. Beautiful, beautiful countryside, rolling hills, not too far from the ocean. That's nice that you can get to the ocean relatively quickly. Not like Leon, but not bad at all. They're not that far from Granada, not that far from Masaya, not that far from Managua, not that far from the ocean. They're on the way to Costa Rica, so if you're doing border runs, it's a really convenient area. We go hours to get there and then go on. Hinotepe, especially, which is one town over, full of great food. It really is. It really is an excellent choice if you don't need to be in a large city itself, right? If you want to be able to jump into large cities, have a big downtown, lots of stuff going on without having to go anywhere, well, it's probably not going to be ideal for you, right? It's just not going to have enough. But if you like a small place, I mean, it's, Didiamba 65,000. You want a place that has a lot for its weight. I think you'll find it a really nice location. Along with its others, right? San Marcos and Hinotepe, when put together, it really is this neat region where you can easily move from place to place. And unlike other small towns throughout the country, you're going to find, like, for example, I was just looking at San Marcos, Molino Cafe, which is this very high-end, not like, I mean, so like we were at Casa del Cafe today, which is a nice place to remind you of a Starbucks, but with a Nicaraguan flair. They do a good job. We enjoy them. They're all over the country. But much higher end is Molino, right? They're the really high-end coffee shop in the country. Amazing food, quite expensive. Big brunch menu, lots of desserts, just amazing food. Every one of their locations is a destination to go to, right? You're going to spend a bit to go there. And there's one of those in San Marcos, and a big one with a lot of space. Like, that's a very different experience, right? It feels more like a cool college town in the U.S. with, like, nice venues to go to. Even though you're out in the country, it's got nice stuff, right? It's just such a different experience than you get in normal Nicaraguan small towns. And I'm not downing on normal Nicaraguan small towns. Like, I love small town life here, but one of the things that's tough for me is food. A lot of small towns here have really good restaurants if you eat Nicaraguan food. If you're okay with the same meat-heavy things that everyone eats every day, they got some great places all over the country. But when you when you go into a small town, you lose that stuff. So it's or you lose the things that I need. So these villages, they're so upscale compared to so much of Nicaragua. I hate to use that term, but that's very much a major piece of what's going on. It is a much more wealthy region. Everything's going to cost more down there. It is absolutely beautiful. It's such a neat, just general area. All the towns are cool. I like it a lot, and everyone likes it, right? It's not one of those places where you're like, oh, somebody likes it, but most people don't. No. Everybody loves that region. And mostly it's just, some people don't want to be so far away from things. Some people want to be in a cheaper place or whatever. It's cool. And I wish I had more time to spend down there. I wish it was easier to hop down. And really I should. Maybe that's something I'll do sometime soon, just because I need to get down there and film different areas. And there are so many cool restaurants. Like Priscilla's Cafe, I've never heard of it, and it's such a neat looking place, so different than other things you find. It looks like something out of the 1960s in California. Like, what is that going on? And the Pizza de Colores, I'm looking forward to a lot of these kinds of places influencing the rest of the country, and I think that that's happening. We're seeing Hinotepe and Didiamba and San Marcos as kind of a influential center of the country, where this little hub of cool tiny cities and their cool outlying areas is developing a culture that the rest of the country is like, oh, we could do that too. We could copy that. We could, okay. And so you're seeing neat restaurants in Managua being copies of quirky little places out there, for example. Like it's pretty cool what's going on out there, and I just really like it. Don Julio, Granada, were you from, bro? Are you from the States? Is that for me? I am from New York originally. Are CBD products legal? No. Simple CBD drops for dog? No. Sorry for silly questions. I'm watching old videos to catch up. No marijuana products, no hemp products or anything are currently legal. There's talk of legalizing it, but it's been slow and is not coming up anytime soon. How do you know so much of Nicaragua? So I've lived here for 11 years, and I've been an investor here for 10. Wait, I'm sorry. Mundo Taza, which city will have the most 0 days? I don't know what that means, so let me know and I'll answer. Oh, and we're up to 22 people. So how do I know so much of Nicaragua? So I first came here in 2015 with my family. I've been a traveler. I've lived all over the world. I had lived in Spain and Panama just before here. So I had a bit of experience places. And then moving here, I put in a lot of effort over the years, both to explore the country and to invest here. And so that's given me a lot of insight that I've worked with employees. I've had, I'm afraid that I didn't catch what the messing with me was, so it didn't work as much as I'm being autistic. There's a lot of like funny things that people try and I just miss it. So I apologize. But thanks. So I've had a lot of insight into Nicaragua that most expats are not going to have because I've been so involved, because I made friends here early on and put in a lot of time and spent a lot of time exploring the country, trying to figure out where we wanted to be, helping other people move. Even before I lived here full time, I was helping other people move here because we fell in love with the country. And since living here and investing here more heavily, more recently, I do a show about the country literally daily. And so I put in a lot of time, again, traveling around, working with different businesses, talking with locals, and trying to integrate here. I live in the barrio. I live in Sutiava. And so I've bought property here, built buildings, run restaurants, run hotels, run consulting firms. I work with different agencies. I had breakfast with Intour this morning. I think anyone can have a pretty good insight into Nicaragua if they're willing to put in 11 years and constantly study it as a country. And if you watch some of my older videos, and right now, more recently, I damaged my foot and my knee and some stuff, but I'm starting to get out there again. But I put in a lot of years walking barrios and walking streets and really getting to know at least certain parts of the country really, really well, right? I spend time in Managua on a regular basis. I used to live in Granada. I have lived in Leon for a long time. My best friend from high school lives in Crucero. My friends who are in the other room watching a movie right now are from Chinandega, and I've known them for years. Marcela from my team is from Managua, grew up there. I have offices in Managua, offices in Leon. Used to have offices in Matagalpa. So I've done a lot around the country for a long time, and so you just kind of come to know Nicaragua naturally. But even here in Leon, a lot of people will tell me that nobody they know walks the streets of Leon and knows all the neighborhoods. They're like, whole families that have grown up here don't put in the kind of time learning the city the way that I do. I'm the one person that everyone can just mention a barrio to, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that barrio with this restaurant and that shop and this street, and that's how it mixes in, and this is why it's neat because it goes by this river. People are like, what? How do you know this? And it's like, well, I walked there, right? Larry says, Eddie Pinero of the 49ers kicker is from Didiamba, only Nicaraguan NFL player. Awesome. And it's appropriate that it's the 49ers because, you know, Didiamba is close to San Juan del Sur, the transfer, the portage point for the actual 49ers going to San Francisco. There we go. Janet sent me a thing with a topographical map and said Managua is lower than Hinotepe. So I did know better than whatever source we brought up. There we go. Oh, yeah. Managua's at 54 meters. Oh, maybe that was the problem. Maybe I was getting a mixture of meters and feet. And then, where are we looking? Crucero gets pretty high. Crucero's up at 922 meters. Is that possible? Wow. Let's see, Didiamba, 582 meters. Yes, I was getting, sites were listing it in different things. Yeah. So it's half a kilometer higher than Managua. So you definitely get cooler temperatures there. That makes sense. Whereas Granada, let's go see. It's got to be like same as Managua. Yep, that makes sense. Messiah, in between. That makes sense. Messiah's in between. This is a cool map. Tamarindo. Okay, what is Leon? Let's say downtown Leon. 100 meters. So Leon is twice the elevation of Managua, but we're in the hot coast. And then where I am in Sutiava, 64 meters. I gotta check on pizza for someone, but my phone died. I should not let my phone die. That's a bad idea. I mean, I'm on my computer. Obviously, I'm sitting here with you guys, but just in case. I think we have to run out and find some chicken. Or I'm seeing what's available on Pedidos Ja. I'm waiting for... we're up to 23 people. People keep hopping on. This is pretty cool. We're getting more Nicaraguans because it's kind of late. What restaurants are open? Pollos Doña Elena and La Picardia Leon. I don't know. Well, these are meat only, so. We'll see what's really open. We may have to run out on the street. This is something that we don't like. If you need to eat late in Leon, it is tough. Managua's not great, but it's way better than here. It's pretty easy to find food late at night. Something, at least. Here. All right, there we go. Okay, well, you guys are not too chatty. Yep, there hasn't been anything for a little bit. I know we got 23 people on, but I need to take some people to go get dinner. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut us off on the early side. But we did do 5.5 hours, right? So this is not nothing, and it is getting a little bit. Oh, now we got 24 people on. Hey, guys, give a quick thumbs up. But I'm sorry, we're actually going to cut the live stream because I'm taking people out to get food. So I apologize for leaving just as people were jumping on. This is a lot of people on. I wish we weren't leaving, but I do need to feed some folks. So I apologize. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember to like and subscribe. If you are new and haven't subscribed, definitely subscribe. And if you'd like to support the channel, remember we got a join button that you can join here on YouTube, or you can go to buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. You can sponsor us over there. It really helps. The show does take, as you guys know, a lot of work to put on, a lot of time. And really appreciate all the support that we get. And of course, if you have not been over to check it out, and I get notifications when you guys join. So if you have not yet joined, it's free. Just go sign up at expats.nicaragua.com. That is the place to ask questions, get information about the live stream, look up information, all kinds of stuff, connect with people when we're not on the show. That would be fantastic. Always looking for people to join up over there. And as always, I will see all of you tomorrow. Have a good night.